Hey everybody, good afternoon, good morning or good evening, wherever you're tuning in from. Welcome back to RV Falcor 2, and you're watching a live camera feed from our ROV Sebastian. My name is Soph, and I'll be bringing the Divestream broadcast to you all today. This is going to be a bit of a short dive. We're going to be doing some mapping with the M3, so that's why we're a little bit at altitude right now. And thank you for bearing with us as our audio was a little bit muted while we were troubleshooting some issues with the ROV. We have a really jam-packed room here today on the ship. It's our first dive, so we're very, very excited. And with me here in the watch lead seat, I have none other than Dr. Jeff Beeson, who will be narrating this rather short section of our dive. So with that said, Jeff, take it away.
Hey, so, yep, I'm Jeff Beeson from Oregon State University and affiliated with NOAA Pacific Marine Environmental Lab, and I'm here to be with you for a few minutes while we test out the M3 multi-beam system that is mounted on ROV Sebastian while we search for methane seeps. And while I'm talking to you, you'll also hear me talking to Juliana, who's operating the M3 multi-beam system.
You want to say hi? Wait, hold on.
Of course, Juliana wants to say hi.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Juliana, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you.
Great. So what altitude, we're at 20 meters altitude right now, and what kind of swath width are we getting? About 80 meters, or is that 60? Can you do a... I think that's a 60 meter swath. Okay. Could we move up 5 meters? Change our altitude to about 25 to see if we can get a little more swath width, which is going to help us with our view of the seafloor. Hey, Soph, what stream do they have right now? Just the front cam?
Yeah, so right now they have the science camera, but in a second I'll put up an actual live view of the M3 as well. I just need to toggle some graphics on my end.
Okay, great. Okay, so at 25 meters, we're getting roughly 70-ish swath coverage. And it looks like we're starting to drop out on the outer beams, at least on the starboard side. Okay. Well, let's work at this altitude at 25 meters and a swath of about 70. And if are we logging on the M3?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. And is it possible to have the 3D point cloud on the top left a little larger, or possibly? So we'll be looking at that, I think, for structures as we go by. Awesome. Okay, so I am ready if we can start logging, and if our ROV pilots would be able to start our transit, our survey from waypoint 1 to waypoint 2. Great. So yes, our documentarians could say we've started logging with the M3. Do you know what I'm saying? Can you hear me at all? Can you put maybe one of you put these on if you're logging? I think you can. Yeah, but I'm trying to speak into the mic. Are you? Could you see if they can have headphones on so they can hear as I'm talking? I'm not going to talk so loud. Could you put headphones on?
Here, you can have this one. We only have one in this corner.
Oh, okay. So as long as it's mapping, you're not going to be changing things too much on here. All right, can you hear me over there? Great. So are we logging? Did you do an M3 observation? Okay, great. So if you're looking at the M3 screen and you see something that looks like a flare or something emanating from the seafloor, make an M3 observation. Or if you see a structure where the seafloor rapidly changes and has some quick undulations that look like might be that we're going over a rock outcrop, that would be an observation also. Okay? And we'll just start transiting from our northern waypoint at waypoint 1 down to waypoint 2, which is about, I think, 200 meters. And we're surveying the seafloor with acoustics similar to mapping with like a ultrasound. And we'll generate a 3D point cloud of the seafloor, which hopefully will reveal where there are seep sites of active methane release from the seafloor, or where communities are living off of the methane.
Is this going to be based off the mapping that Jeff does, or in addition to? I know the time will be in addition, but will it be based on anything you find is going this way, mapping with ROV, or is it you want to come back to waypoint 1? No, we can just we can trust you. Okay.
Okay, it's good. Like things are working. There's our speed there. The ROV is moving at 0.1 meters per second. There isn't really a minimum speed for this. It's as fast as you're comfortable going. And we have a lot of soundings at this altitude, so. We've been mapping the seafloor with the ship's multi-beam for the last 36 hours, looking for evidence of methane seepage. And now we have targeted this area based off of some geophysical imaging of the subsea floor that indicated some maybe trapped gas or gas-charged sediments. So now we're getting a little closer look. When ROV Sebastian landed and got to the seafloor at this site, we have some small indications that there might be fauna associated with seepage in the area. So that gave us a little bit of some boost in feeling like we might have picked a good spot. But with these types of things and exploration, we don't know until we go down here and take a look.
I got a cruise in. Bridge ROV, got an updated waypoint. Bridge ROV, got an updated waypoint.
RV Bridge update, thank you.
Okay. We're starting to move right along on our survey line from waypoint 1 to waypoint 2. Flying at an altitude of roughly 25 meters and mapping with our M3 sonar attached to ROV Sebastian, which is generating a seafloor map with a swath width of about 70 meters. So we're making a 70 meter wide image of the seafloor. And in that 70 meters, we are hoping to find some structures or evidence of bubbling coming out of the seafloor, or a hard ground, rocky outcrops that would be indicative of methane seeps, which can produce carbonates and be associated with different structures that are hard, which would be sticking up. But so far the seafloor is looking quite smooth and uniform. As you may have guessed, I'm mentioning methane seeps a few times. A big component of our research expedition on Falcor 2 is to go and explore some known methane seep sites and the communities that live at them, and to go to some potentially new ones, like here in Limari Canyon, or next to Limari Canyon, where we were mapping the channel or the submarine canyon for most of the night, and now targeted this location for our morning dive. Well, I'm excited to be out here on the Falcor 2 again. This is my second expedition with Schmidt Ocean Institute. You might remember me, if some of you are longtime listeners, from the Mid-Atlantic Ridge last year in March and April, where I was out with Chief Scientist Dave Butterfield and the interdisciplinary team looking at hydrothermal vents. on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which was I believe it was Falcor 2's inaugural science expedition, where we put him through the rains, tested everything out, had a super successful cruise, and I got hooked on the Falcor and been trying to get back ever since. So instead of hydrothermal vents, we're looking for bubbles and gas coming out of the seafloor. And if we're lucky on this expedition, maybe we'll see some fluid venting or some hot to warm seeps.
What different types of mapping are you doing this time compared to last time? I think it'll be fun to talk about.
Yeah, similar types of mapping. We're using the ship's mapping in the same way, but different environment where we're mapping at. But last year we were using AUVs to do the high resolution mapping of the seafloor when we were targeting for ROV dives with Limari's Dorado class mapping AUVs. We don't get to have those this year, but the ROV Sebastian is capable of doing high resolution mapping with its multi-beam that it has mounted to it. So we're employing a similar type of strategy of broad, large-scale mapping with the ship, and then some focused mapping with the ROV, which will give us a sense of where seepage is occurring to go target for sampling. So in broad strokes, it's a similar type of approach, but we're not using AUV missions while we're doing other things. We have to put the mapping on the ROV instead of having AUVs out here. It'd be great to have an AUV, but those are hard to come by. Next year. Maybe next year we get Dave Caress and Limari back out here with their large Dorado class AUVs and do some more mapping in remote or unexplored areas. I think we're maybe surveying over a fish or something. There's a little return at the 20 meter right under the vessel, or the ROV. Just a few stats on the M3 multi-beam. It's operating at 500 kilohertz, and it's pinging at 10 hertz, so 10 pings a second. It's sending down an acoustic ping and receiving, let's see, do I have that readout on here? The number of beams. Maybe Juliana knows the number of beams that the M3 has. We can take a look for later. But we're generating soundings of the depths of the seafloor as we go at 10 pings a second, and probably a couple hundred soundings in each one of those pings. So you can imagine we're generating a pretty dense point cloud, which is going to help us find any small features on the seafloor that might be associated with methane seepage. When we're done with this line, we're going to come to the seafloor and just go back the way we came. but at the low altitude where we can see the seafloor. Yeah, so this M3 sonar is really good at picking up things in the water column below us in the 25 meters between Sebastian and the seafloor, that we're hopeful at subsequent dives where we think that there's actually active bubbles coming out of the seafloor of some type of gas, that we'll be able to see those bubble trains in the M3 sonar. On the ship's multi-beam, we're capable of doing that and imaging bubble trains, which give us the first really solid clue that there's seepage going on. But the ship is usually 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers away from the seafloor, which makes our resolution or our ability to pinpoint where those bubbles are coming from to the tens of meters. And when we come down to the seafloor with Sebastian and have the M3 going at 25 meters altitude, 25 meters from the seafloor, and pinging every 10 pings a second, we'll be able to precisely locate where any gas is coming out of the seafloor. So it's a bit of a nested approach of different scales of investigating, where the multi-beam from the ship gives us a really broad look, and the ROV allows us to get close and map in a close look with high resolution, and then the ROV can then go down and do sampling and video observations.
Waypoint for you.
Yep, just saw it there, thanks.
Yep, and we're up more than halfway done with our first survey line. And when we're done with this survey line, we're going to go down to the seafloor and do a visual transect back along the same survey line, but where we can see the seafloor, so we can correlate what the M3 mapping showed us and then what the video observation sees. And then sadly, I believe after that we were going to have to recover ROV Sebastian to take a look at one of its manipulators, which was acting up. But if we're lucky, the M3 will be able to catch something, or when we go down visually, we'll see something that gives us some good confidence that we're in a spot that has methane seepage. Yeah, so the top left on my big screen, is that what the live feed is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, so the people at home can see the M3 sonar doing its 10 pings a second on the right of that little box, and on the left is the waterfall display of those pings being recorded and color-coded by depth, and on keeping them in like a moving window.
Yeah, that's fine. So I've seen this before. Parts
some point in the next 2 minutes.
It's off. Plug it off.
Oh, that's fine. No, it's not a priority for me.
5 there. I didn't plug 3 where 5 was.
We're just gonna show the pretty
I
canyon.
didn't set the same. Outside of it, it's not.
Yeah, that map turned out really well last night.
Yeah. How long did that take you all to process and everything?
About 15 minutes.
It's
No?
very cursorily cleaned, but acquisition was maybe 12 hours, maybe more. We were mapping almost most of the night. We did a CTD at 3 a.m. That was mapping from yesterday until then. We were trying to follow Limari Canyon, what we thought it was, and then we realized that there are 2 canyon systems here, one very close to each other, that was not very clear on the existing bathymetric maps. So we've got Limari Canyon, and what we're calling right now, until a better name comes up, is Limari South, or Mini Limari. Yeah, so you can see it in the window. It's color-coded by depth again, where reds are shallow and purples and blues are deep. And then in the top part of the window, that's Limari Canyon, which is pretty wide and flat, or gently sloping to the west. And then just south of Limari Canyon is a narrow cut Limari South Canyon. And that we're actually diving on one of its canyon wall terraces on the top of it. So we're not too far from the edge of Limari Canyon South, or Mini Limari. But these canyon systems are poorly explored, poorly understood. We are either, I believe, the first ROV to do a dive in this spot, in this area, and to generate this map, the first view of Limari Canyon in this type of resolution. That's a nice rotating shot. So you can see the 2 canyons. There's even a 3rd slot canyon to the north, or the left on your screen. And these are drainages from river systems that during low stands, or as I should say, when sea level was lower, these river systems that drained off of Chile were directly connected to the deep sea and connected these canyons and deposited a lot of sediment and did quite a bit of erosion, like cutting. So these are beautiful canyon systems. So if you're watching, you can consider of what Limari Canyon looks like. Because we didn't know until about midnight last night. You can zoom in if you want to on close to where the ROV is, just on this southern. So that view right there is looking north, and there in the little bottom part of the screen where the white is where Sebastian ROV is. Yeah, down close to where that 14 number is. Looks like we're getting close to completing our survey line. Our documentarians, when we get to the end of the line, you can make a note that we finished the line. And then we're going to move down to the seafloor and turn around and go back up the same survey line, but at an altitude where we can observe the seafloor. And we now got our M3 mapping back up there. So far, I haven't seen anything that is super clear. It seemed like a pretty flat seafloor so far, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something going on there. And we're going to go down to the seafloor and take a look. Before returning to the surface for a short dive. Okay, we are approaching the end of our survey line at waypoint 2. And when we get to waypoint 2, we can stop logging on the M3.
You want to go down?
And then we can go to the seafloor. And on the return, at what altitude do you think we'll be flying at when we do the visual survey?
2 meters.
2 meters? Juliana, do you think it's okay? Do you think it's worthwhile mapping at 2 meters altitude when we're doing the video translate? Would that do anything other than make a large file?
It's just your editing.
Well, how do my hands feel for cleaning the data?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But the swamp is
It's going to be narrow.
so small.
Yeah, pick up little critters in the multi-beam.
Yeah. Small.
Well, if we can, let's record it and see if that gives us anything of value for the future dives. Struggling what? Okay. All right, we've stopped logging. Did we record that? All right. Now we're descending to the seafloor.
Is 2 meters good for you? How high do you want to go?
Well, just close enough to have a good field of view and be able to identify things.
And do 180.
Yep, 180 back the way we came.
Go to 72. Hold that.
All right, I think with that, I'm going to sign off and hand you over to someone who can
Just tell the chef.
tell you a bit more about
Come to the mall.
what's happening on the seafloor. I'm a little tired after mapping all night, but hopefully to speak to you again soon.
Hey, Bridge, this is RV. Are we at an all set?
Thank you, Dad.
You're welcome.
All stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to go 2 meters, 3 meters?
You see the clam fills in the back? This way.
Right when we know, I was handing an hydrate.
All right.
You want to go 3 meters?
Okay, I'm gonna start recording.
All right, hello everybody. My name is Craig Rouse. You're seeing there a swimming sea cucumber called Enypniastes. They settle on the seafloor and then are quite able to swim up into the water column.
And then move forward.
Yeah, thanks, man. And I'm one of the team for this extended 2-leg cruise in Chile, looking at methane seeps, canyons, and hopefully in the second leg, hydrothermal vents. And thanks to Jeff and his team last night mapping, we have chosen this place to look for seeps. We didn't have a really good indication of where there might be seeps in this region of Limari, so we came to this point based on some evidence of their mapping, and unfortunately we've had an issue with the ROV, so we'll have to come up shortly after this little transect. We're looking for evidence of seep creatures. So now we've got a good view of the seafloor as Ben pilots us along. And what you can see, there are quite a lot of little brittle stars on the sediment. There are purple sea urchins, quite a lot of tracks, quite a lot of burrows and tubes, anemones I can see, but no real direct evidence of seep. What I'm looking for are clams. There is a small clam there. We're looking for large clams or rock, carbonate rock, bubbles that might indicate methane. We have a decision to make about whether we're staying here or heading south where we know there are more seeps. So this is the first of our several seep sites, but we have to transit back south to start looking at the known seep sites. So we've got a bit of a discussion to have after looking at this video and the maps shortly after this dive ends, while they try and repair the arm. There is a couple of sea urchins. They're pretty big. If we had the lasers on, could we have the lasers? Thanks, Ben. They're probably about 10 centimeters across. Yeah, they're quite large urchins. They're quite tall. A lot of deep sea urchins can have unusual shapes compared to what you might see in shallow water, and can often be quite soft. So deep sea shrimp coming into the field now. Little squat lobster there on the left, and that white little squat lobster is something we associate with seeps, but often they're on woodfalls or other kind of organic debris. There's also possibly a rock there. We'll be looking back at this footage when we have our science meeting in an hour or so. Let's see if we can pick out any seep potential creatures if we'll come back here tomorrow. So there we've got a beautiful sea pen, 2 sea pens, 2 different kinds actually, quite remarkable. And those black objects are actually polychaete worms, very shiny. They're a kind of scale worm called a sea mouse. And I actually work on that group in my lab, so I'm very sad we can't stop and collect one right now. But hopefully we'll see them again. A little rat tail there, we'll see lots of those on this cruise, very common deep sea group. If any of you used to watch the stream from the Falcor, we visited some methane seeps back in 2021 off California. And on the left here we've got a sea spider just on the edge of the frame. That's the second sea spider we've seen. And we're coming up on a kind of a pancake urchin. And these, you can see that was quite big, about 6 inches or more across, and that's actually a venomous kind. And they're sitting on the floor on the left of the center is one of those Enypniastes sea cucumbers that are able to take off and swim and find another place to settle down and feed. But if you happen to watch our 2021 streams from the Falcor Classic, we were looking at mostly rocky carbonate methane seeps off California, which are really remarkable systems, and we're hoping to find similar things here in Chile. We know there are wonderful seeps further south off Concepcion, and no one's visited those with an ROV, so stay tuned over the next few weeks as we explore these places. It would be first time visited by an ROV. We're a multinational team here, led by Jeff Marlowe remotely in Boston and Eulogio Soto from Valparaiso. A team of physical oceanographers, geochemists, marine biologists, people interested in eDNA, plastics, people interested in the sediments. There'll be a lot of other activities apart from what Sebastian is doing. There'll be over the side coring, water sampling. So when we're not using the Sebastian, which will mostly stream during the daylight hours here off Chile, there'll be a lot of activities going on at night as well. So far in this transit, no evidence of any seep mats or orange mats or any sign of rock. It's certainly an interesting group of animals. There's a large sea spider there on the left of the frame. But there's nothing here I would really have thought of as associated, particularly with the methane seep. So we're getting close to the end of this transect, and then we'll have to abort the dive, unfortunately.
Ready to drive now?
ROV bridge.
I moved the waypoint a little further north.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But presumably the stream will continue as we ascend, and we'll keep an eye out for some interesting pelagic organisms as we're coming up. We saw some remarkable Humboldt squid as we came down earlier today. As we got near the oxygen minimum zone, which here is quite shallow, we were surprised where the oxygen minimum zone was. And our team put down a CTD, conductivity, temperature and measurement system, also to sample water last night, and tracked where the oxygen minimum zone was, and it started quite shallow, and the oxygen went back up after only a few hundred meters. There's another one of those beautiful shimmery scale worms. So when we're getting up near to that oxygen minimum zone, we expect to see those Humboldt squid again in an hour or so.
Cruise work. Yes.
You line, get your speed, whatever you're comfortable in right now. Press that, stay
Uses your current velocity as the central velocity, basically. It's gonna keep moving over here.
Yep.
After we started, yes.
The two green dots you can see there are lasers, and they help give us a scale, so they're 10 centimeters apart. And we usually leave them on. Sometimes to get the best shots, we'll turn them off for a little while. But for later on, we always try and have some kind of images with those lasers in to measure things, because it's pretty hard to tell how big things are. Could be a hagfish just swam by the lower frame there.
ROV bridge.
I moved the waypoint further north.
Thank you.
That'll probably be the end of the day, right? At the end of this waypoint. Bridge is RV.
Hello, ROV.
I think we're gonna go to the end of this next waypoint, and then I think we'll pull up after that.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Greg, what are some of the differences between a hagfish and a rat-tail fish?
A rat tail is a true bony fish and has jaws, upper and lower jaws, whereas a hagfish has only an upper jaw and doesn't have a bony skeleton. So on the evolutionary tree, it's sitting with lampreys as a group, and they're the branch that is then next to all of the other vertebrates. So a rat tail is actually more closely related to us than a hagfish is. Hagfish are amazing scavengers, and they, like lampreys, latch onto their prey, which is usually a dead animal, and coil themselves into a knot to rip off some of their food because they don't have jaws to clamp down on it. They just have the upper jaw with a set of spiky teeth around it. We didn't get a good look at that one. It was an unusual one for me. I'm very familiar with our California hagfish. You see them a lot. At this kind of depth, it's not unusual to see them. They can go for extensive periods of time without feeding.
you see. Yeah, I'm happy here if you're happy.
Well, we're at the end of our transact, and to make sure we can repair the submersible in time, ROV, we're going to come up now.
Yeah. Yes.
So we'll keep streaming though as we come up, and we'll keep an eye out for interesting pelagic creatures.
Sure.
And hopefully we'll be, well, stay tuned. We've got a decision to make about staying in this locality and diving again tomorrow, or whether we will go somewhere else. So no update yet about whether we're diving tomorrow.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you so much for narrating.
In a minute.
One second.
Okay.
Usually we see it up there, and I put it up there. It's just we have the M3 on there, but yeah, next time we need to put it up there.
Big squeeze gets all the air out. Not anymore.
You can have these.
No, I hate them.
No, they're not on the speech jammer mode. I can't do speech jammer either. All right. So that concludes our wonderful narration by Dr. Greg Rouse from Scripps. And we'd like to thank you all for joining us today. But before we go, we are going to keep the stream on for Ascent. So that way, if we see any more squids or any other cool critters, you'll be able to see those. Jules, you can hear me okay, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Actually, this just in, so we might not be completing the stage.
Down there.
I know. It's a fun day to do.
It's a fun day. Yeah.
Okay. No. Continue on.
So we were having a ground fault issue with our starboard arm, which is why we just did a single M3 line, and we were planning on recovering to deal with that on deck. And during the M3 line, it solved itself. So we're going to continue. How does that sound, Phil?
Sounds great. And I'm going to turn Greg's mic on.
I'm just gonna have a couple looks around some things here.
Well, we got lucky.
Be happy.
Turns out the problem may have corrected itself, so we're going to keep looking around here and sample. Right in the field there, you can see the starboard arm that was giving us trouble, and they just exercised it a bit and it seems okay. And you can also see a whole lot of numbered cords. Those are push cords, and we actually have 16 on the Sebastian today, and we'll certainly be doing some coring, I would say.
Delta 7.
What we need to do is I need you to bring the arm out. Then you need to bring the arm out front so we can what do you call it? White balance. Guys, get a white balance.
No, we didn't do that. Yeah.
I can do it.
Just gonna white balance our camera and get all set up so we can.
Is there more light switch around?
That white square you can see there on the arm is what they use to correct the white balance on the video feed and for the stills that we'll use later.
ROV bridge.
Go ahead, Rich. Eric, go ahead.
Go ahead and do it. Ready? Stow it.
Are you guys okay if I secure the M3, or do you want that in? Can I secure the M3? Okay.
Bridge ROV.
ROV bridge.
Did you need something, Eric?
Yeah, just pressing buttons here on the clear comms. We discovered there's a reply function here. Together with John, we have some feedback from the microphone and speaker every time I'm transmitting, which now seems to be okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, great. What do we want to do? What would you like to do?
Let's
Good work.
do the
Just
heat
like-
probe into the sediment.
Yeah, okay.
And just get a measurement.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, even if
So
we're-
you could go down,
Right.
settle.
Is it, they're gonna move the arm a little bit?
Yeah, you're gonna have to move the arm. It never moves to be in the way of the forge.
Interested in coring here?
Scott, what we're gonna be setting up to do is grab the heat flow probe and stab it into the cement. So in order to deploy the heat flow probe, I have to put the porch out, grab it, go forward with it, turn the porch, we use it, and then just the
Juliana, can we reinstate the M3?
We're gonna do some more mapping, so that's the.
We made a new plan. So I'm going to pass back to Jeff Bason now. It would actually be valuable for us to continue doing a little bit of mapping, and then we'll go on with some sampling and visual surveying of the seafloor, as long as this starboard arm continues to behave.
Actually, yeah.
You fixed it.
Yeah, I once I left.
Looks okay. Yeah, nice build.
All right, I'm back. I thought I was going to get a break, but that's okay. This is a good reason to not have a break.
No rest for you.
No rest for the weary.
That's right. What would you like, buddy?
Well, I just went in and threw some of the M3 data, and if we could go at a bearing of 250 from where we are now,
250?
250 for
How
about
high up
20
would you
meters,
like?
a visual, so we
You
can
want a
see the
visual?
seafloor.
Okay.
There was a little bump over there that seemed a little elevated, and a backscatter reflectivity hit. Might be interesting to see just what that translates into on the seafloor.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll come back and do, I suppose we'll do waypoint 4 to 3
Okay.
and get ourselves another M3 multi-beam survey line.
You're going to be recording now.
Let's hold. Sure. It's on. Record it.
We'll enjoy it however you need to. Just source it itself. I can't sit here and get ready to recover and when I walk video
Yeah. So we're gonna, in the time that Greg was telling you about the seafloor and all the critters swimming or walking around, I went into the other room, the computer lab, and grabbed the M3 data and quickly made a couple grids, and mostly didn't see anything. It was pretty flat, which is what we observed with the video transect, but off to the side, away from what we would have been able to see with the video, there's potentially something over there. So we're going to go.
Ready?
Yep, let's go.
And that way.
At a bearing of 250 degrees for about 20 meters, and then we'll see if was a large fish near the seafloor that
Might need to just leave this,
popped,
but-
made a detection from the multi-beam, or if it's maybe there's something over there. You'll have a slightly different commentary from me while we're traversing on the seafloor. I am a geologist, not too versed in biology or the names of all these things. Hopefully going to learn a lot while I'm out here with a really interdisciplinary science team. Well, there was a mound, kind of a little mound, and it was reflected, different reflectivity than the surrounding seafloor. So it was not too large, but it seemed like a few pixels were elevated around it. And it didn't, very hot off the presses. But we're not going to spend too much time if we go over 20 meters and don't see anything.
Oh, you're doing stuff.
I had no idea. You can go ahead. I was like, why is it doing that?
Let me zoom in on that thing.
The starfish?
Big starfish. It seems like a larger one. Oh yeah. That looks cool. Okay, thank you. We zoom out. We keep an eye on the wide screen.
Okay. Turn it on. That's about 35 meters away
That's
from
pretty.
where I was.
Okay,
Just
so maybe
just
do
for
a.
reference.
Maybe we can stop and do kind of a 360 to look around if anything in this field of view looks like something different. Just doing a 360.
So what kind of things are you looking for in this scenario?
Tube worms, life that's isolated around bacterial nets, a mound of carbonates. Okay. Well, I think that was a quick little
There's
look.
our starfish.
There's our reference starfish.
I'm gonna have to come back around the other way anyhow, so.
Okay, so we can start moving to waypoint 3 or waypoint 4. Which one is the yeah, waypoint
ROV
4.
bridge.
Yeah.
3 is down here.
Yeah, we'll go with 4 to 3.
Good. You wanna go 4
Hey,
to
I'll
3?
go to
Yeah, because we
forward of the bridge for a moment. If you need something urgently, just call the bridge phone number.
we can
Okay.
Thank you.
you can go over from the just at 090, just head east and get on the waypoint 4 to waypoint 3 survey line and just head south.
Okay. I'm just turning back this way, so
Yep.
I'll put a turn in my toe.
Got it.
Then I'll head that way.
Mm-hmm. That's how things go out on the boat. Sometimes you think you've got some issues and then they solve themselves or something happens, but you're given extra time.
Just the time for dessert.
That was the time we thought we were going to have.
Yes.
We're back to
Glad we were able to just
yeah. Well, that was a fortunate decision to do a little bit of time down here.
yeah.
Doesn't always work out that well.
No, we don't.
So what kind of max survey speed would the ROV be able to go at?
Depends on the depth.
Well, here if we're going
You
at
have the sail.
the sail. Okay. How about here at
So
6?
like right now, I'm scooped. Not to give away. Just over a knot.
Okay. Well, when we're doing the survey line, we're really not speed constrained. The ping rate of the M3 is so fast that we're not really.
Okay.
We can go as quick as you can.
Okay.
Yep, so what I did while Greg was up here in the seat, went in and processed the soundings, that 3D point cloud that the M3 generated. And when we're flying at an altitude of 25 meters, and we were pigging at 10 hertz, that was able to achieve a half-meter grid size for gridding and making a surface. I'm used to working in this type of data between a half and a 1 meter grid size. And you can think of that as able to resolve in the multi-beam map something the size of a coffee table or the size of a table so if something is that large and different than the surroundings, we'll be able to pick it up on the M3 multi-beam map. And we're looking out at a 60-degree view. So the rationale is that we can survey with the M3 very quickly and cover a wide range and look for features that are larger than a meter and be able to use that map to more efficiently look at interesting features.
Jeff, could you hand me that cord, please? Here, 1700.
Hey there, we just need to move the ship a little bit east and get an updated waypoint. Okay, cheers.
What is that up to the left? Yeah, that's dark. Big crab. Oh, that's a good sized crab. Oh yeah, so those 10 centimeter lasers can give you a sense of how big that thing is. You can hold that thing in by one or two hands. Very cool. Yeah, that's great, thank you. Okay, well we can come off. We'll be flying at 25 meters again. We'll get our beauty shots. That's right, this crab is going to be famous.
Let me know when you're good, so. Happy?
Oh yeah.
See you later, buddy.
Do you want the M3
$25.
25 meter altitude, survey speed at whatever is achievable.
Okay.
And John, if you can over there, do a stop logging on the M3 and we can log that. And then when we get up to altitude and start the line, do a new file.
Stop logging.
Thank you.
Got it. Alright, back around, face south. I'm gonna go ahead and start coming up.
Did you see that? How many it might have been. I didn't pinpoint out they got a waypoint, but I just gave them a bearing and a distance. So when we actually have some time to process both these lines, we'll go and just pick targets that we can get to the RV piles as things of interest to go check.
Okay, so this time is keep right.
It's going to keep going.
Until 6 o'clock.
Well, and,
Until something breaks off.
don't, he said it. No, we're going to go and, yeah, knock on wood.
Fake wood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you just let me know, so, because they're ringing up the call for Lucia.
We're going to do a core here? The Bentos core?
The Bentos car, it depends if we finish before nightfall,
Okay.
which is there, no problem.
Well,
Don't find anything.
it might be short. Sure. It might be a short dive if it is.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. All right. I see we're dialing in our M3 again. We're at our optimum altitude, the height above the seafloor. And when I see Juliana ready, messing around with some settings on the M3, when I get the go-ahead, we can start this survey.
We're recording.
Okay, we are logging on the M3 and we can start our
We are surveying.
We are surveying.
Sometime you'll have to get the vessel moving south, Scott. I'm just gonna be scooting. They don't need me to stay at any slower speed or anything. Just going as fast as my billable way.
We are surveying, currently moving about 0.4 meters per second. All right, we're moving south again. Still here at Limari Canyon, or mini Limari Canyon. Multi-beam mapping with the M3 sonar attached to ROV Sebastian. The M3 is a multi-beam which detects the seafloor across a swath of roughly 60 meters, generating depths across the 60 meters at closely spacing. And we're pinging and making depth swaths at 10 hertz, or 10 pings a second,
On the bridge, we've got an updated waypoint for you.
and moving the ROV
Okay,
at
thank you.
roughly 0.4 meters per second. We're generating a densely packed
Good to know.
soundings, which allow us to grid at small scale and resolve small features on the seafloor that could be associated with methane seepage or other processes occurring at the seafloor. This is our first dive on the Falcor Expedition 24-10-11 Chile Margin Seeps and Canyon cruise. We transited from Valparaiso a couple days ago for about 16 hours north to the Limari Canyon area, and have been surveying with the multi-beam seafloor mapping systems that the RV Falcor 2 has attached to it and mounted on it. We've been using the seafloor mapping systems, which is the EM124 and the EM712, along with the sub-bottom profiler SBP29. The two EM systems allow us to generate high-resolution maps of the seafloor over a wide area, and the sub-bottom profiler generates images of the subsurface, the shallow subsurface, which we can use to detect or interpret trapped gas or gas-charged sediments, which could be related to methane seepage, which is the primary goal of this site. We spent the first day and a half multi-beam mapping with the ship, where we can cover a large area quickly, and we detected with the sub-bottom profiler an area where we thought there was charged sediments with gas, so gassy sediments. Think of like a marsh, something that has a lot of gas inside of the sediments. That would be, what is this thing? Oh, it's neat looking. That prompted us to come over here. That charged gas little profile on the sub-bottom profiler said, oh, we should go check out this area. There seems to be gas in the sediments. There isn't any indication of bubbles coming out of the seafloor, which the multi-beam sonar is very good at detecting. But that doesn't mean there isn't gas in the sediments that could be hosting chemosynthetic communities. And now we are down on the seafloor.
Halfway.
Great. We're about halfway done with our survey line. We're now down at the seafloor at 1,578 meters water depth, doing a high resolution survey with the M3. And then we'll be handing over the ROV to our marine biology, microbiology teams to do some visual observations and look for seafloor indications of seepage, while I go and process these two lines and see if there's anything in the multi-beam map that would point us in the right direction. When we complete this waypoint, and we hand over, we can find out if we're going to do another visual survey along the same track that we did previously, or if they want to kind of let the reins off and go do some exploration. But before we go at this altitude, I would like to do one perpendicular line to these surveys for a cross line, between the two waypoints at the same altitude, but just perpendicular to these two waypoint lines.
West?
Yeah.
Sure. Once I get to 3.
Once we finish.
Okay.
Yeah. Once we get to 3.
Sure.
So just 2 east to west, up, and then west to east that crosses through both lines.
Okay.
That'll help me with the offset corrections.
Sure.
And patch test on ROV.
Okay.
You might not be able to see on your screen. The M3 is a little, yours is smaller than the one I'm looking at, but there are these high amplitude little reflective things that go by in the water, in the mid-water between the ROV and the seafloor, and those are probably fish. And we're going by a large fish that gets picked up on the reflection. We have a very expensive fish finder, but it's also will be very useful if there are bubbles coming out of the seafloor. Those bubbles and fish are very reflective. We're hoping to use the M3 throughout the expedition to do initial mapping at each of the Seep sites, to characterize the morphology and any geologic structures that could be associated with the methane seepage, and to give us a better context for the distribution of seepage at each site. So if things go well, you can expect to have a few hours at each site, at each survey in the coming weeks, where we're doing some M3 mapping and making some high-resolution images of the seafloor and handing it over to our biologist and other teams to do all sorts of sampling. As we're getting finished, getting close to the end of our survey waypoint 3, before we return to the seafloor, we're going to come around and do 2 crossing lines at a 90-degree angle to our original survey lines. This is going to let us correct for some of the offsets that the ROV has that would make the multi-beam map not stitched together with the 2 lines. Let's make these separate files for when we finish the survey and the 2 crossing lines.
Sure.
Okay, we got end of line. We've stopped logging on the M3 and started a new. Oh, not yet. But
Jules, let me know when it's okay if I can turn.
you can turn when I'm ready for you to turn whenever.
270.
We can record while we're moving over to get on the line. We're recording M3.
All right.
Let's get a little. We want to have.
Closer to the waypoint.
Let's move to the east a bit more.
To the east.
We want to cross both lines, but where there's data is actually a swath. So just
So
a
you
bit.
wanna go-
Just go east about 20 meters, 20, 30 meters, and then we'll do a east to west line through the two.
So just so you know, my white line, the other track is disappearing because it's running out of time.
Okay. Yeah.
This one, if you can see, it's retreating.
Right.
So he
That's-
actually did come down here.
Yeah.
So when I come across, you want me to go a little bit further this way though?
Yes.
Okay. no
Yeah.
problem.
And understood about your breadcrumb
Okay,
trail.
I just wanted to make sure. All right. Okay.
So we're still recording.
We're recording.
Start
When he comes around and is facing west, and to start just the east to west line. And the reason we're moving a little to the east is that we actually have swath coverage out to there. That we want to have the swaths overlapping, not just the track line.
Yeah, that's about 20 meters
That's
to
perfect.
the east.
That's great. We can turn around and do our east to west
I'm
cross
facing
lines.
west, and I'm gonna go
Perfect.
west.
So we can stop logging and start a new line for when we start moving west.
Moving west now.
Okay? And when we pass through the first line, waypoint 1 to waypoint 2, go about 20-ish meters past the first track,
Okay.
and then move north, maybe 50 meters, and do a east to
North
west.
50 meters, okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Should be good east to west.
Okay.
Crossing over.
Just, let you know what we're doing. We're collecting multi-beam bathymetry with ROV Sebastian with its M3 sonar. We've collected 2 survey lines at this site, and now we are doing 2 crossing lines, which will be used to tie all the data together and make corrections to any offsets or rotations that the ROV might have that are not captured in its vessel configuration. And then I'll be handing over the microphone to our colleagues who are going to start doing some seafloor surveys and observations. Keep looking for methane seeps fauna, animals, and areas where venting of methane is creating chemosynthetic communities and unique life. Right, we're almost about to cross our first survey line that we did a couple hours ago. What's the grid on your map there?
Right here.
10
This
meters.
way, yeah.
Great.
So
Good to
on
know.
this one is 10 meters here. Same here.
Okay. All right. It's about all right. I think that's good for that crossing line.
Okay.
Let's stop logging for that, and we'll just turn north and do 50 meters up and then across, and then we'll be done with our M3 survey.
Logging is done.
Logging
Right.
is stopped.
Turn to the north.
Thank you. In addition to our ROV dives and our shipboard multi-beam and our ROV-based multi-beam and sampling, we'll also be, during this expedition, doing varying sediment coring off the vessel. We'll be doing gravity coring and some multi-coring. And these are going to give us long records into the past through sediments to teach us, or hopefully instruct us, about how methane seepage has changed through time at our seep sites. It's the first time I'm coring off of the Falcor. They've done some coring with other groups here recently, so we're excited to do this new operation relatively new operation on the Falcor.
Log going north, Jeff, or just go
We can
north?
log going north.
I just started.
Thank
I
you.
didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, good.
I didn't start either, so I was waiting.
Oh, perfect.
Great.
I'm now moving north.
We're moving north to get our final crossing line for our survey. Whoop.
Just 50
Okay,
meters.
50 meters. We can stop logging on this line. Okay, we can turn to go west to east. And when we are turned and facing the right direction and start moving, we can begin logging again.
All right, I'm lined up, ready to go.
All right, let's start. Start logging and start surveying.
Moving east.
Oh, is that some interference on the M3? Looked like there was a vertical
I saw that too.
structure below us.
Just come back and investigate. So it's basically right about.
Yeah, right when we turned, there seemed to be.
I'm just gonna drop a marker.
Yeah,
just in case
drop
we
a
wanna go
marker.
back there. I saw that too. I saw like lines going up
Yeah.
just out of the corner of my eye.
I did see it.
Okay. Well, we have two people saw something. Which that is somewhat what I would expect if there was a bubble train or a cable or something on the, coming out of the
Geez, I
seafloor.
hope it's not a cable.
Well, I hope not either, but I have seen cables.
Yeah.
Maybe when we're done with this, Juliana can do a playback on that first line or this line, because I think the M3s you can do a playback function of the data where these collected.
I gotta see that.
Yeah, it's essentially just you watch the screen again. Okay, well, I will wrap up with you again. You might maybe back, who knows? Hopefully the ROV keeps working properly and we go to the seafloor and find lots of interesting things. But I will be signing off here when we finish this last line, and I'll be handing you back over to Greg to take us back down to the seafloor and do some visual observations and visual exploration. We got smiled upon for the ROV to turn out to be okay. And hopefully the data we collected here will yield some interesting insights. So as we come about another 20 meters past our second survey line, we will stop logging on the M3 and then return to the seafloor. It's a very nice box.
All right, there's 20 meters.
Okay, we can stop logging on the M3. And I will sign off, and it was nice talking to you. Thank you.
Check the playback and see if that's worth investigating.
I'll go over and
Sure.
see if Juliana can
Okay.
stop logging and there's the playback function.
Which way do you think you're going to want to go?
Playback.
They're going to check the playback, and it almost looks like we have a line coming up from the M3 right where I dropped that marker. So I don't know if that's going to be a bubble trail or not. So you just tell me where you want to start. I'm going to start drifting down towards the Seeps. I'm facing north right now, so you tell me where you want to go. You want to go to waypoint 3? Yeah. Okay, no
And
problem.
then we'll head up to waiting for questionable sampling. So we'll look for some the bigger creatures we've seen. Pick them up with the manipulator.
And we were deciding the next steps, just in a brief introduction
And then at some point we're going to see
how we apparently can see a couple of much changes as we last checked in.
we'll probably stop and see some a couple of creatures.
It is almost 3 p.m. here in local time on Falkor, and pilots right now are in Scott.
Whenever you like.
And
Yeah, there's hydraulics, so I just triggered
making sure the M3 is running smoothly, all that jazz. We've got also an entire room full of scientists, which is very exciting. And I'm sure as the expedition goes on, they'll all introduce themselves one by one in the narrations. And right now, we've got Dr. Greg Rouse back in the watch lead seat with us.
Well, hi everybody. Greg Rouse back here. And we're going to continue this dive now after Jeff has got hopefully some great data to generate some interesting maps. Even though we're not convinced there's much seepage going in here, we'll be analysing this data. But in the meantime on this dive we're going to do a bit of sampling now. So we'll collect some of these bigger creatures we've been seeing, we'll take some water samples and probably core some of the mud. Yeah, I think we'll pass on the star. It's a bit big to sample, but we'll go for coming up here we've got a sea pen, a kind of sea pen called Umbulella that has a branching set of tentacles. Can you zoom in on that, please, Doug? No need to stop, Will, but that's great.
Just let me know when you're happy and I'll continue.
Okay. I think that's good enough. Thank you. So most sea pens you might be familiar with have the polyps along the margin of the stalk, but this particular group has them at the end. They're an octocoral. They have 8 tentacles per polyp. There's a mound here and a depression caused by who knows what. Tripod fish there over on the right. Can we have a look at that? Thanks, Doug. Yeah, that's the first kind of sea cucumber like that we've seen. We could sit here. We could grab that. So we'll likely do our first sampling of the cruise. If it wasn't, we did some sampling last night. They did some water sampling over the side, but this will be the first sampling with Sebastian. Not much current here, Doug, is there? Yeah. So we've settled on the seafloor, but a little bit of sediments come up, but because there's so little current, it'll take a while to clear. But it's clearing. In one of our other views, we can see the seafloor, but on the feed to you, it's still pretty dark right now. The reason we stopped here is we saw a sea cucumber that we haven't seen so far on the survey. And also there are these yellowish deep sea urchins, and we'll probably collect one or two of those within reach. And these specimens will end up being used for genetics and be lodged at the museum in Santiago. All right, Doug, I think we could get a nice look at the sea cucumber, please. Oh, I take it back. It's a polychaete. That is a scale worm. And it's covered in sand on its scales. So that's going to be interesting for us to study. And actually it's largely got foraminifera sitting on its scales. Okay, thanks Doug. Do we have a... Yeah, there's a nice scale for laser, so that's about a 10 centimeter animal. And then could we have a close-up on a sea urchin, please?
This one?
Yeah. Well, that is probably a whole asteroid sea urchin. Quite beautiful, delicate spines that it has there. Do you think that would fit in a slope?
maybe
a little bit
big.
wouldn't want to jam up the hose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit big.
But I think the worm is.
You want to try and slurp that up? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and maybe a brittle star with it.
Okay.
How about that?
What jar would you like that in?
We could go with one of the coarse ones, 1 through
So we're lined up with, looks like 5.
5 is good. Yeah, we could do 5.
Double check this. Is that correct, Scott?
6.
This is 5, yeah.
5.
Okay. Tell me where you want it. Is that good? Should you grab?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Probably want to change the color of that handle, right?
Yes.
Maybe, I don't know, yellow. Alright.
Yeah, exactly.
So that might not have looked like a worm, or very obviously, but it is a segmented worm, and underneath it has an obviously segmented body, but on top it has a whole series of scales that protect the top surface, and then this one's even accumulated sediment on top. I expect we'll find another kind of scale worm on this dive that I saw earlier, but this one's an unexpected bonus. And what we're going to use is this instrument to collect it. These animals are pretty fragile, so we don't want to risk trying to pick it up. So we'll use the suction sampler,
Take that
and
out. So
it'll
if it more
be,
releases it? Yeah.
hopefully, unless it gets away, gently slurped up and go into a
That's the
chamber.
end of that handle. Didn't have it all the way. You pulled it off, and you got the cap. Awesome.
The things in the background there are
Now I can see it, yeah.
other little chambers that are called coral quivers here, but we can put pieces of coral or other kinds of creatures in those, and then they have as you can see, there's water from the surface rippling out. So we have 8 of those on the Sebastian today. We have 8 chambers separate for each for the slurp system. We have 16 push cores, and we have 8 compartments in the bio box. So there's plenty of chances for us to collect today.
Bring the brand back in. Let's put it out of your way. And we're going for the worm.
It might swim, so just
Pretty on suction.
that's the back end of it towards you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah.
Full suction.
Perfect. Okay, that's the first collection of this cruise.
And he's in there. Suction's off. You said you wanted a brittle star too?
Yeah, let's get some of the
See
brittle
if we can get
stars.
some of the brittle stars there.
I think you could. We could go to 6.
You want to go to 6
Yeah,
with
let's
those?
let's put the brittle stars in 6.
Okay. Index to 6. Okay.
And try and get a couple of those right where you are. Underneath there's 3 or 4, so that would be perfect.
Anyone ready for suction? Suction's on.
Couple more.
Yes, please.
Suction's still on.
A few rings.
You've seen a few go by, Jules? Oh yeah, I see a couple in there at least.
Which
Uh,
box? Which box number?
This is going in the suction sampler jar, this is going in 6. 6. Yes. That worm went 5.
So, would you like more?
You need
No,
more?
thank you.
You good?
That's good.
Alright.
Um,
Suction off, and I want it indexed just so that it's not in the way. Index to 7. Okay. Alright. Anything else?
do we need to move to get the urchin
Uh,
with the manipulator?
There's one right in front.
There's one right here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That could go in a coral quiver.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and extend back out for you. Still.
So these animals will be photographed when they come up, and we'll
Once you get it started,
then
try to get it locked in there.
try and document them as much as we can, and then preserve them and subsample them for DNA studies, and then the preserved animals will be lodged in the museum in Santiago. The DNA will be that we sequence will be published or released publicly reasonably soon, and then the species description, if these turns out to be new, that can often take a lot longer. But at least the data will be out there, and it may turn out that it's often tricky to know if you've got new species until you've done a lot of analysis. And these brittle stars, for instance, could have been named 100 years ago on an expedition.
Be able to let go.
There have been expeditions here in the past from trawling.
You want quiver 1?
Quiver one would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
You happy with the position of it? Okay.
Luckily, there's a wonderful database of sea brittle star DNA that will quickly tell us if it's known or new. And we have a collaborator in Australia, Tim O'Hara, who's able to quickly tell us about these. And sea urchins we're working on in my lab, and hopefully we'll be able to figure out about that quickly. And we're also working on scale worms, so these are all ones we should be able to quickly resolve, but first we need to get some DNA data. The great thing about the Sebastian is we'll get these wonderful in situ images, but also the animals come up in these insulated containers, so we can get very nice photographs of them.
Tricky. Okay. About there.
So you can't see, but there is a sea urchin right in front of the
You got it.
basket, and look at that. I can tell you these are very, very delicate. So that's quite a talent to have picked that up. 2 Niskins here, Doug?
Sure. As soon as he's done, I'll have a look over there and
Yep.
I'll trigger 2. Nicely done. All right. Okay, go ahead and track that. Just wanting to sweep behind the arm, you see. Alright, I might have to leave it out a little bit. Just see what it's doing. Alright. Come across and have a look at these.
So, we've collected a scale worm, a few brittle stars, a sea urchin, and we're now going to take a water sample. And we have Anna Adamo on the cruise, and Anna's interested in eDNA and microplastics. So these 2 water samples, you can't see the actual bottles, they're up higher. But Doug is about to trigger numbers 1 and 2, and they'll open up and allow 5 litres of water in each one, and then tonight Anna will filter those.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna trigger number 1. Yeah, they pulled it.
Okay, that's on port valve 6.
Port 6, yeah. Okay.
Values.
Gotcha. Alright. Good.
Success.
Okay. No. There's 1.
Uh-huh.
There's 2.
Great.
Okay.
This
See,
is
that one's
controlled
triggered,
hydraulically
and
from
that
here,
one is triggered.
and it used to
So that's
be.
1 and 2.
That's great, Doug. Thank you. Much easier than in the past.
100%.
They used to have to go and pull a line trigger to open and close the Niskins, so, and often they would fail. So it's great. I think we'd like to do some push calls. Push calls are going to be a major tool in this expedition, particularly when we get to Seeps, but they'll also be a useful exercise tonight, looking for animals in the sediments, but also potentially microbial activity.
Okay.
We don't see direct evidence of seepage here, but we did pick up evidence of it. And by seepage, I mean methane seepage or some other kind of gas. But we think it's methane associated, and we've been trying to detect it in the water, but also with the mapping. And that's why we chose this as the target today. But we haven't seen any evidence otherwise of seepage, which would have been bacterial mats on the mud, or some kind of carbonates, or animals that we know are associated with methane seeps, particular kinds of clams and worms. But we're going to take we'll take 6.
You want 6
You can put
push
6
cores
out.
here? Okay.
Yep. You could put them all out, take an image, and then pull them in as you need.
Okay. Copy that. I'm going to retract this for you to do it. I'll just give you a view with the sit.
Well,
You want to zoom in? I'll bring the porch in, give you a better view.
is that good? Yeah.
Little more?
Buried a little bit more.
Little more? That's good.
All right.
Thank you.
Leave it?
Yes, please. Yeah, you can put them all out. and then we'll pull them
Coming
on.
back out on the porch. Scott. All right, should be in a decent spot for you there.
Any location?
Any way you want. Thanks.
Good zoom for you, buddy.
Perfect. Is that good?
Yes, thank you.
Back out on the porch.
So these cores will come up, and they can be used for a variety of purposes, but we have what are called extruders. Put the core on top of the extruder and push up, so you can then push the mud out and slice it at various depths, and then look. Maybe avoid the brittle stars?
Avoiding
Yeah,
stars.
thanks.
What about
That's a sea cucumber puke. That doesn't matter so much. That's fine.
Bonus sample. Whatever protect.
And so these will be sliced, and the fractions will be looked through each slice. Maybe sieved for looking for animals, or used for microbiology, or could be squeezed to get out the water that's in a particular section for the geochemistry. They'll be used for multiple purposes tonight, so these will be assigned to different lab groups, and we'll probably do 6 here and another set of 6 or more somewhere else.
If you have any trouble, you just let me know. Come down on the porch.
We were hoping when we penetrated in with this we might see some bubbling indicating methane, but so far nothing's come out of the sediment.
You get out more, you think you have much reach.
Scott's making this look easy, but I can tell you this is not
Just making it look
easy at all.
I'm kind of jealous of that right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. It's like super satisfying to watch.
Porch.
Hopefully these will come out without the contents dropping. You can never really tell, depending on, especially if they're sandy, the cores can often fall out. But this looks pretty muddy, so we should be able to get nice cores all the way down.
Sorry, Scott, I was watching the, it was definitely in the mud.
It was?
Yeah. division to starboard arm. Pretty much 1 through 4 you can do with the port. 5 is close, and the rest are kind of. So I guess just want to get that out of view, and then I can zoom in and get you the map, or zoom out. How would you like it?
That's good.
Right here?
Yep.
All right.
Perfect. Take a sample grab of this. Sample frame grab. Okay, thanks Scott. Let's put them away. Any order, up to you.
Okay.
Where do you want to start, buddy? Start with the last one first. A little to your left. A little bit. There you go. I'm just looking at your sit. I can just barely see through there. You just gotta come forward and sit down.
So Scott put out these cores with the starboard arm, and now he's recovering them with the other arm on the other side, the so-called port arm. And the funny little contraption you can see there on top is we'll be using later in the cruise to help sample methane gas from another instrument that's sitting there on the porch. And that's a nice looking core.
Do is, sorry. Fortunately, that ramp blocks you just a bit. It's just a touch to the left. To the left. A little bit more. There you go. And then forward. To the left a bit. Left a bit. There you go. Left. I think you got it. Just stop poking just up against the bed. There you go. Stop. You should be able to go if you need to.
I think the quiver's on 6.
Oh, yeah.
The holder.
Oh, you mean it slid down? Could be, yeah. All right, coming in with the porch.
So these cores are coming out very nicely. You can see there's no real stratification. There you can see it's
You're happy with your sit picture?
a little bit of grey in there. But these should section and extrude pretty nicely tonight. Just starting to drop out, that one, so he's got it in place and it should still be okay. Yeah. It's a little bit disturbed, so this one you can see is not, it's not falling out, so it should go in pretty nicely. These containers are going back into are called quivers as well, and this is a fancy new design that I haven't seen before. They're closed underneath, and they have a special rubber plug at the bottom that'll hold the core in as it comes up. But the sleeves are newly designed because if there is gas, as we'll be seeing later on in this cruise, that'll expand dramatically as we come up, and that can often cause the cores to really blow out. So this is a way of trying to keep that core from, the gas will leak out, but we wouldn't actually end up losing the whole core. This one's also slipping a bit. And this is the last of the 6. So we're sitting at 1600 meters in a little side canyon off the Limari Canyon off the coast of Chile, and the water temperature is only 2.5 Celsius here. The oxygen level is pretty good, really. We pass through an oxygen minimum zone much closer to the surface, but the water down here is reasonably well oxygenated, so it's very cold, but quite amenable. And there's probably quite an amount of plankton and detritus falling down here to keep this animal community alive. But what we're really here for is to look for methane seeps, so that's our goal for this first leg of this expedition, is largely documenting the methane seeps off the Chile margin. And we're going to continue on now, and we'll look for some more of the larger animals we've seen today and sample those as we continue to keep an eye out for seeps.
Toward 3 there?
Yeah, thanks. If we see a sea spider or a sea cucumber, as we saw before, or there's a black, very shiny kind of creature like that, we'll stop for those. There's a sea spider right there.
Nice job, Doug.
Yeah. We'll put that in a bio box. We'll get a nice grab of it, and maybe if we could get that squat lobster if it stays there. So sea spiders are not really spiders. They're in a group called Pycnogonidae. They're related to spiders in a relatively distant way, but true spiders are closer to scorpions, for instance, than they are to these sea spiders. And when we look closely at this one, we'll see that it does have 8 legs, like land spiders. But most of them have another pair of legs that's hidden away. So they have 8 walking legs and 2 extra legs. And the males use those to hold on to the eggs. So this is a case a bit like sea horses, where the males do the parental care. And we'll have a close-up look at this one, see if he's holding any eggs, in which case we might not collect him, but I don't think so. So we'll take, I think it's a him, we'll take him for science. A little piece of the leg will be used for DNA, and the rest will go to the museum. So in the middle is the body. So the body of a sea spider is really pretty limited. If you're thinking of even a real spider, true spider, the body is got a distinct abdomen and a thorax. Is what it's called, from which the legs come off. On this creature, when the water clears, we'll see hopefully the body better, and it's got a tiny little abdomen, and the body where the legs are branching off is the thoracic region, and then to the left there, an orange projection, is the proboscis. And then underneath you can see those 2 extra legs that are used by males to hold onto the eggs, and the leg on the right there has an amphipod, crustacean holding on. And up front next to the proboscis are 2 palps that help with feeding. This probably is feeding on things like sea anemones. So because of the push cord, we can't get a whole body shot, but we've got this nice close-up. And there's just this tiny little finger-like abdomen extending down there between the last pair of legs. All right, I think we're good with the imagery. Thanks, Doug.
cheated a little towards it in case it runs away. That's
Should be okay grabbing the legs.
Okay.
They shouldn't break. They're reasonably plastic. Probably good if you tried to get 2 legs.
Okay.
Be better. Yeah.
Is it gonna scurry?
It'll.
Yes, we'll
Yeah.
start
You
going.
got it.
You got
That's
it. Nice
good.
job. Do you want a close up before we put it in the box?
No, we got a nice one before.
Okay.
Thanks.
Coming out with the porch. Any particular box you want?
No,
to see?
anything you want. Whatever's convenient.
Dealer's choice, guy. What are you feeling? Okay. Opening 4.
I'll try to put it in the
Try not to catch that monkey's fist. That's all the way over.
So these, we call them bio boxes. They're 2 partitions in the current configuration. Mostly in this cruise we'll be putting the rocks in these containers, but today we'll use this for the sea spider, and it barely fits in here. It's got a nice seal, so this will seal off and stop any warm water as we come up getting in there. And
You're getting the bio box.
they're controlled hydraulically. Another innovation compared with how many bio boxes are controlled on other remote operated vehicles. So that was great. Thank you.
Come back on the porch.
And I wonder if we can get that squat lobster, which has just been
Suction, yeah.
hanging out. Yeah, suction would be great, and it could go in 7.
7, okay. And 7 is lined up, Scott. Good. Just give me a second. I'll get the starboard ramp out. Oh. Yeah. Those are stuck on it already.
But maybe get a close-up if we could.
Yeah,
uh,
sure.
After you position it, yeah.
Okay. That's the rail all the way out, Scott. Unfortunately, the arm is stopping you from grabbing it.
yeah.
If I actually looked at it for you, that would be helpful too. Just hang tight. We'll get a close up on this guy before we go. And I may, he's gonna go, he's gonna go backwards, so.
Yeah,
He's going.
he's getting ready.
Yeah.
That's a nice zoom.
Beautiful.
Oh, look at that.
Quite remarkable compound eyes on this one, even though we're down at over 1,000 meters where there's no light.
Got the same
Notice
stuff.
it has 3 walking legs and
All
2
right,
claws,
Scott,
so
what
it's
I'm
not a
gonna do is
true
I'm gonna
crab. True crabs
try
have
and
4
help
pairs
you.
of legs.
You
This
gotta try
one,
and, like,
the 4th
scoot
pair of
along.
legs are tucked up under the abdomen, so it's actually more closely related to hermit crabs than to true
That's
crabs.
right.
Or
So
lobsters,
I'm
in
gonna have
fact.
to get you a little closer, so I'm gonna cheat that way. And I'm gonna turn the suction on, that way it's on.
Yeah.
Trying to get up there, Scott. Try and move, a little stuck.
Yeah, those antennae.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna
Go for it.
yeah, go for it. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Suction off.
No worries.
far.
Still. Contention here. Okay, suction.
Ready? Let's see. That's suction.
You went forward.
Yeah. All right.
You can never go.
I'm gonna try and give chase. There you go, Scott. I'm just pushing this dirt along, so it's part of my problem.
Squat lobsters are a very diverse group in the deep sea, and they're often associated with methane seeps or hydrothermal vents, or things like wood falls. But this particular one, with this orange colour, is one we would associate with non-vents or seeps. It's usually those ones are white.
Now I'm trying to get it to go off the clear water. No, this is just so soupy here.
Another one up there.
Where? Oh,
There's plenty of them around. We could keep going. There's plenty more.
I gotta get out of this.
Actually, yeah, that's one of our other targets right there. That worm. I don't know if the dust is going to catch up with us.
Yeah, it's definitely enough, but
Yeah.
I'll try. Do you want to suck that into 7?
Yeah, 7's fine.
All right, if you can get it, Scott. Too late now, yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be gone by the time that goes. But
Yeah. Do we wait? What do you think?
I don't know. It's up to you. I got this all area all messed up trying to get these few things. I
Yeah.
grab.
Give it a minute. This is when we wish for a little bit of current,
Yeah.
just to push the sediment away. Yeah, I think we should carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, there's plenty of those creatures, so we'll see them.
Just hang on to this, Scott.
Hang on to it, it's gonna move that.
Could we zoom in on the little white patch there to see if that's dead shells? It's a dead sea urchin.
Okay.
Okay. It's not a mollusk. It's a sea urchin that died, and all its plates have fallen apart. So we've got a set of points on our map here to follow, looking for the potential seep. Yeah, coming up here is a very charismatic tripod fish on the right. You can take a picture of that if you want. That'd be fun. Everyone wants to see a tripod fish. Right. Sophia wants a tripod fish, so here we go.
Stuff is just coming right across the camera.
Unfortunately, the sediment's following us, so it's not the clearest of images.
Trying Sophia, but
That's great. Very
This is literally more than I could have asked for.
charismatic fish, these ones.
it's caught up with us, sorry.
Yeah.
Spectacular doing 14-year-old. You know that one?
So remember, down here there's no light, and fish like that tripod fish you could see those extended fin rays out in front of it that if anything bumps into it, it's then able to immediately pounce on them. So I think there's that worm coming up in front there, Scott, Doug.
Okay.
We could go for that.
We go for this worm.
Yeah, we'll probably try and get some really nice images of it. It's going to be very mobile
Oh yeah, I see that.
and probably not as mobile as a squat lobster. But it's also very iridescent, so it should give some great images.
Alright. I can't get this sediment is just following us this way.
Maybe we should change track.
I'm thinking so, yeah.
Yeah.
This is, yes, it is. The only thing you can see it in is the sit. Know if we got it, you can tell. Honestly.
I think it's
It
there.
looks like it's in 7, possibly.
Yeah, there's something in 7.
Alright,
Yeah.
nice blind grab, Scott.
Great.
Way to go. Alright, I'm gonna index that to 8 just so that nothing gets away.
Unfortunately, the current that there is pushing the sediment along our track with us, so we're probably going to change direction here. Let's see.
Just about at waypoint 3 anyhow, so. You wanna start at that
3.
towards the north?
What?
Maybe put those.
Yeah, let's head to 4, and hopefully that'll
Okay.
fix the problem.
Turn it around. Of course, we're gonna be going back through our stuff a little bit as well. So what I'm gonna try and do is go around it.
We'll just get through it and
Yep.
before we worry about it anymore.
Stay up and go around it.
I hope we'll get a chance to show you the sea mouse better. They have amazing spines that have this iridescence. And they're very common in Antarctica and also associated with seamounts. So we've seen several in other cruises that I've been on. I'll be very interested to see if this is related to ones we found in the North Pacific or a new one altogether. The spines, well, we could go for this sea cucumber that's swimming there.
What,
That could be sloped.
I have 8 lined up, but I think that's your last one.
That's fine for the course. Yeah, let's get that. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Anipniastes. It's a benthopelagic sea cucumber. It actually has rarely been sequenced for DNA. We've done a little bit of work on it, but I'm quite interested for us to get this to see if it's related to others. It's was first described from here off Chile, actually, in a Challenger expedition back in the 1870s. So collecting it from this region is pretty important. It's quite a large one.
I'll drift with this guy just in a second.
And he got it. That was very well done.
He's in there. Index.
Wow.
That would want.
Quite. That was a very skilled collection there.
Okay. These are fun. All right. Turn back towards the northeast. Try and track up towards 4.
They're going to be tricky to get, I think. Can we look at what this is, Doug?
Yeah, I'm starting to head back towards that cloud, the way that cloud is going. But
Oh,
it's
okay.
okay.
What is that? Hard to say.
Alright.
Yeah, no worries.
Drifted across it.
Yeah.
Just sitting in there hanging, 2 meters off the seabed. It's still. Everything I was trying to keep behind us before,
Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Oh, that's another one of the Anipniastes, giving us a beautiful portrait. Can we do a BBC grab for that?
Yes, please.
So this is, nickname is the headless chickenfish, but its Latin name is Anipniastes exemia. And we've seen them sitting on the seafloor, but if they want, they can take up off into the water column and float around for a while, then go back down, hopefully in a better place for feeding. There is one sea cucumber that is permanently pelagic, and we may be lucky enough to find one on this cruise as well. So,
Almost back online. Do you have any interest in going towards that marker where you thought? I don't know if we got any follow-up from Jeff, if there was actually bubbles or not.
at 4,
Well, it's kind of, you see where that green marker is?
Yeah.
That's where they thought they had seen some bubbles. I don't know what we're gasping at.
oh, we got an octopus there. I think we'll have to take an image of that.
Of course we do.
Yep. So everyone's favorite creature. So we won't be collecting this, but we'll get a nice picture for you all. So we're about to have a change out of people. It's a little shy.
Yeah, sorry. When you back up, it will throw everything in front of me. Let's see if I can do it gently.
So I'm handing over to our chief scientist, Elohio Soto, who's going to continue this on, and I look forward to joining you another day.
So, right now, I'm headed towards the line here to go to the north, but I may change your mind.
Given
Wasn't one interest possibly over there for waypoint 4 is north.
We need to get a picture of
Start at the bottom.
We collected
It looked like the current running this way.
We need to get a turn.
Go back this way.
We could just get some video.
My backside. This will run here.
Some videos.
Sit.
You could collect another. So we have
If you need any help with the science, you can or you can run it here.
We did six video. 16. We'll find out how many. We'll let you know. Check.
Scott was sitting there.
there. Nice. Just trying to keep it right above the bottom so you can see the most stuff you can on the bottom. That's good. Is this working for you? Good. And northbound.
Is the speed good, or you want to go?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
What's the distance into that waypoint?
We could try to.
You want to sample that?
145.
Benjamin, how do we sample this? Benjamin.
This one?
Yeah. You can't sample it, it's too big. You can't grab it. You break it.
Can you, please, this one?
Yeah. Okay. You want to look at this? On the ground here.
I think this.
Do you want to catch one of those?
Oh, I see snap. He wants to zoom on this on the ground.
Oh.
We're gonna go for a C snap.
For the 4:30 meeting, do you want to stay at this site or go to Belkis?
Probably both.
In the main canyon or in the little canyon? So one more dive.
When you have the right position, thruster.
Yeah.
Are you going to take more course?
Try luck? Okay. I'm just gonna feel for it.
Just film on them. We can see some live and get animals for, you know, it's nice to go to the other 6 now. You have 10 left.
Because
Take a
every time
bunch.
you go to
I
stage,
mean, do you want to do some, right?
so you want to maintain the thrust. and stuff.
Patchy ones?
They will hold-
Yes,
hold it
great.
well enough
Marlowe
that
lab.
Got it.
Jeff. Oh, I don't know. 2 or 3. Fill them, people can have them if they want them, or we can dump them out. It's fast to clean them. Yeah. But you can also keep looking for a seat.
Couple for sure. Not now, but stay there. Okay.
For eastern bodies.
Yeah, and you guys can use all the rock boxes.
Okay.
Somewhere. And also.
Okay. Yeah.
And also, we want to carry on looking for seeds if we can.
Got it. Try to find Seeps.
For the wind. We are looking for seeds.
Yeah. Look for Seeps side. Keep looking for Seeps. 4 disc balls. You just tell us when you want the discons and we can fire it.
And also collecting samples.
Collect samples.
We need the.
Yeah.
Also collecting.
Whoa. That thing is wild. You want to try collecting this? You want to try sectioning it?
Yeah, it's up to him.
He said he wants it. You want to collect this? Would you like to grab this?
¿Para conectar? No. with the extraction sample. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll teach you best way to do this. When you see something, you want to fly with this one. And then I can move the camera around so you don't get too.
You wanna? Yes, I'll fly you.
Yeah.
You can try to get your. I'll try to get your nozzle close to it.
Even Sophia and Sophia offers
Do you want me to start recognizing all those
Which
virtues?
jar are we at?
suction will be this one too.
No,
This one.
but they usually have like bacteria.
And then which jar are we on?
Maps of various things.
We are available by a box.
Afraid to turn the lights off.
4 is available.
We have
Or yeah, 4 of you available. So we gotta get to jar 4 somehow. We're gonna turn that
Is
light
the jar
on.
light on? That's all. The light's not on.
I
Where's
agree.
the
Your assessment?
lasers? They go off?
I see it 1 there.
Or is that
I see it 1 on the right. I see it.
But the light's not on.
I agree.
The jar light.
are you thinking to put in the firebox? This one.
I think suction.
These works have tons of.
Yeah, no, 4. That's okay. I'm just gonna follow this until we
You mean the
can
laser?
try to
Yeah,
sample it.
lasers.
Is that okay?
That's when you
Yeah.
turn it back on. They sometimes turn them off for photography. Turn it back.
Can we turn the lasers back on?
Roger.
It's not on itself, because I can see it's on. Yeah, if you turn it off.
Don't touch. Boy.
Thank you.
Jar.
Turn it off for species, but most of them.
See how it got darker? We need to move it.
So that work is
It's on here as well, but it is on, it's just hard.
It's bigger than the Seeps.
We have one in the jar already.
Virtues.
Okay. You already have uno sample.
Okay. So the same.
It's already one. Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, C-star.
I think it's in this one, so,
It's el número 7.
just check the samples, they should have it written down.
Are you
I
really?
want that one, go for it.
It's the same like before.
Same, but it has.
Like for some.
Oh, who's logging?
I'm somebody really needs it.
Make them
for
take
science.
it off.
Okay.
Who else is logging?
But
I think number 7 is the same species. You wrote that one?
I didn't write down.
I'm
I
not
wasn't,
sure.
I haven't been.
Maybe it's another one.
Yeah, it looks like frilly more.
Yeah.
If it's
Doug
the same
said
species.
he called already.
It's the same
It's
time.
the same one.
I didn't see them take the first one, but Greg said he got one of those polychaetes already, so
Okay.
pretty sure I can go ask him. if you want.
Lisa, seven was the polychaete with the forams in the sand.
Oh,
We are
that's
not-
different.
We are
Yeah.
not sure.
But he said he got both, he just didn't get a picture,
Get it?
but I'm sure he has a picture now.
Because
I can ask, but I
If
think
you
he
apply
has
with
one.
that, follow him.
I thought he
And then
was
I'll you'll offer the camera.
Okay, I think I'm on 8.
Well, he said he had both kinds of
Oh,
polychaetes,
great.
so I said
Then-
the scale where Amanda's one.
See, I see 1, I see 8. It's hard for me to tell which jar I'm on, I guess, you know what I mean?
The other one was.
So I wanna make sure you're sucking in the correct jar.
I need to go on 4. 4 is empty.
Because your hands on
Maybe
it.
SS4. SS4 or biota.
No,
Jar.
section. Jar.
Está cubierto con.
Mine's have
But
It's hard to see.
¿100? Ah, ok. It's the same. Don't worry.
Oh, we're gonna skip it now?
No lo vi.
still need to see that.
I'll go back.
Pero fue con el.
I'm gonna go back to the C-star. It's also more northbound.
Okay.
That's either. What number did you say?
So I see, I can't see one.
One?
I saw one on the right and I saw eight on the left.
Okay, one, that will probably be one, it's already empty. Because they filled up 5, 4, 7, and 8. So they indexed the area. The light was not in the right place. So we need to move the light.
Sorry, it's a bit of a silly question.
That was all.
Turn right northbound.
Bridge updated position.
I think we can collect it.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to push on this.
Okay.
It's not quite.
Yeah. Before you land hard land,
Yeah.
it's probably best to watch out right now. It's gonna push the mud in front of you.
I think we're done. I think our vote's done. We already got the 6, we already got the 2. So we don't need to.
Oh.
Push one. 6 push one. Now land.
That's so much dust. Zero thrust for him.
Yeah, no, thrust turn.
What?
Thrust down and lock it. Because if you have a slight thrust forward, it's gonna suck all of it back. You understand what I'm saying? If you have just a slight thrust forward and then thrust down, it'll suck all of this towards the back.
It's 17% down, 12%
Okay.
high.
Okay, this way.
I think I'm on the ground.
Yeah.
I'm not moving on GPS. This doesn't work. I just push my head through it. Try to lay it again. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it doesn't.
Yeah, Al, can we hold off over here? We're gonna get a push course.
Pausing.
Gracias.
What? So just the itinerary on the ground.
What's that?
The itinerary still reporting 0.5. But it means I'm on the ground. It's not far, it's not doing everything.
Okay.
Now we should pursue this. Next I got clear.
How are you doing, Yo-Yo?
17% pushing down.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm okay, thank you.
17%.
Would you like to introduce yourself in Spanish if you prefer? That's not a problem.
Do you think
See what I'm saying?
it's not a problem if I talk? I can speak in English and Spanish. Perhaps
21.
should be better speaking Spanish as well.
Go for it.
Muy bien. Okay. Good afternoon. Perdón. Buenas tardes a quienes nos están viendo y escuchando. Mi nombre es Eulogio Soto. Soy biólogo marino y jefe científico de esta expedición. trabajo en la Universidad de Valparaíso y estamos en este momento realizando una recolección de invertebrados marinos en el cañón submarino del río Limari, cañón que nunca había sido explorado y en el cual tampoco nunca se habían recolectado muestras de organismos marinos vivos. Esta exploración es parte de la búsqueda de ecosistemas quimiosintéticos. Particularmente estamos tratando de buscar evidencias o señales que nos permitan encontrar filtraciones de metano, que son nuestro principal objetivo en esta expedición. Expedición en la que también participan científicos de universidades extranjeras, científicos de universidades chilenas y también estudiantes. Ahora en este momento vamos a recolectar muestras de sedimento a través del uso del brazo mecánico del rock mediante el sistema de push core o tubos de empuje que se introducen, que se entierran en el sedimento, con el objetivo también de estudiar los organismos que viven en el sedimento y también las características químicas y físicas que hay en el sedimento. En la sala del control de la misión se encuentra un grupo de estudiantes y de científicos, tanto de la Universidad del Paraíso como de la Universidad de Boston, y también científicos de la Universidad Católica del Norte. Durante el transcurso de esta inmersión les estaremos contando más detalles de lo que estamos explorando y recolectando.
If you use this set camera, you can zoom in.
Oh, that's cool.
Then that will help me out.
Yeah, I don't have a pan control.
You have control here, and the set camera you can control there too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Sit. It should say sit. This one.
Oh, that's natural. Yeah, okay. And right here. I definitely use it in here.
Yes.
There's some consultation that if you can bring the vehicle up and, before 6, that they would do the big gravity core testing, that there would be enough daylight. Yeah, we'll be on deck. Yeah, try to have enough daylight to do the gravity core, which would be the next thing, or earlier. Just or take all the cores and then come or whatever.
So everything.
1 hour.
It
How
takes
long does it take
an
to
hour,
come up?
53 minutes, but it takes us minutes instead of 1 hour.
Right, so can you finish coring in 35 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, we can do these cores, and then we'll see what time we have left. How many cores do you want here? How many cores? 6? All right, 6 cores.
Do we have any other biological objectives?
Rocks, no corals, no. You could look at the guy. Right.
6. I heard, yeah. So we
Might
can,
want to miss
okay.
them from here, but
Right.
not with all the stuff.
How long?
An hour maybe?
Yeah, 1 hour to get up.
Got 2 been fired, and I think one's the other 2.
at some point. Yeah, so that was the message, was we'll try to get.
6 push cores, 4 initial models, and then come up. Alright, 6 push cores, 4 initial models. Sounds good. Ian?
Otherwise it'll
Good deal.
displace another dive.
Is it getting clear up for you?
No, he wants to do another dive here, Canada, so probably. Do you wanna go to the point or something?
Let's grab number 7, looks like.
7.
Yeah.
PC 7 being collected.
You're up to the host clamp, looks like, by the manip cam. See that?
See again?
You're at the host clamp.
What about it?
As far as depth, that's how deep you are. I just want to let you know, give you feedback on depth.
Thank you. Normally I would like to stab all of these at the same time.
Yeah.
But one after the other.
Looks like it's full, looking good. Gently over again. A little tap. Alright, okay. That's number 8 or 7. Number 8 would be the corner on there. Good view on the cam up here, the analog camera, the jaw cam, whatever you want to call it. And you're at the hose clamp.
Do you want these
get feedback on depth.
all removed before the next ones are put in? Does it make sense to place them all before removing any of them? Because I don't know where this was taken, kind of in relation to the last one. Like, does it make sense to put them all in before removing them?
Probably when we have to restore the deck. Where, how is it?
These were collected in 7, like this. But 7, I don't know where 8 is yet, so.
Like before, yeah.
like put them all in before taking any of them out.
Yeah, I've heard her.
I don't know if you care about that, but you know, these aren't my cores, so whatever you want to do with them, but that's how I would do
Can you zoom in a
it.
bit?
Yeah. Or do you want them
on the sit?
Sit.
Visibility sometime. Can I help me in this one? Limari Canyon.
Thank you there.
It's really, sorry, we have
Sure, but if you remove it, it's gonna disturb the sediment around it. So it won't be layered, you know.
You barely, you might not even be to the, you look lined up, just gotta push down. Yeah.
No, we don't need any part of it.
For you, I prefer if you push small. Nice. Okay, so you want to push them all, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then pull the left.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. They want to push all 4 of them?
Yes,
Now,
please.
And then retrieve all 4 of them. Does that make sense? So
all
then-
new ones, push all of them.
Yeah, put 4, like grab 4, push 1 in, push 1 in, push 1 in.
Yeah.
Pull 1 up, pull 1 up. You know, does that make sense? So that way they can see relative to each other, like where they were.
Thank you.
We put all the push core like in a line.
In a line, okay.
Okay. Can you zoom out a bit?
We
Yeah.
can carry on with 10, 9 maybe, 9. It's more easy.
Alright, so 8 secure, we're gonna go for 9, 10, 11, 12. We want them in line, pushed in before we retrieve them.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, those 4.
So 9 would be next.
Yeah.
Bueno. Bueno,
Is that a good spot? Yeah. For 1? Just give me an,
So always try to avoid disturbed place.
yeah, so yeah, I think that's a good spot. Just so as long as we're not going into a disturbed place.
If you choice
See
of
that's
the
clean
flat,
there? I think that's a good spot. And then we can do all 4 of them
flat.
right there. Undisturbed. Looks good.
always try to put the push core in a
Flat. Undisturbed. Yeah, you can see with the RV disturbed some of that over
Yeah.
there, so we'll avoid that.
it's a little layer,
That looks good.
Yeah.
As long as we do them in a line.
For example,
Yeah, nice.
we have
Yeah,
here
they'll be in. They'll be in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Nice. Yeah, so push them all in. 4 in a row, and then we'll retrieve
Because
4.
one of the goals to sampling with push core is to get undisturbed sediment column.
Yeah.
You know, we can take sample with a hat with Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. 9 is in the mud. Going for 10.
You might have to extend a little bit more. Watch out.
I think it's pushed all the way out.
Is it?
I think so.
Okay.
I can try.
That's good.
Okay. I knew that 16 would be real hard to get, so I just pushed pretty far. I'll take all the way out. So yeah, the plan is to do these 4, and then we'll do the 4. Maybe I'll come off the bottom just a little bit,
That's good.
so give us 7 more, and we'll pop the 4 distance, and then we'll be wheels up. Nice.
KC10.
Push book sounds. Push 10. Going for 11.
It's been requested that you love you come to the 4:30 meeting and you take over. Is that possible? Just bring the laptop with you. Can you go to the meeting? If you're, the main thing is calling.
They're just coming up.
Yeah.
Four. Should I try all four in the same place?
Probably.
Wait till the stuff's out. Or move.
This can go to 3, 4, 5,
6. Okay. 9, 10. Okay, great.
Yeah, we'll do these 4 in a row,
Great.
and then we'll retrieve them,
Great.
and then we'll do. Yeah, I think I have to still put up. I think I drive all the way up. Okay, it's possible it goes up further. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I thought thanks. Just keep me on your toes. Okay, so we'll do these 4.
Great.
Get these 4 retracted. Now, when you pop Niskin balls in the past, I've been asked to get off the bottom to
Yeah.
get the sediment out of the.
Yeah, as
you know.
long as there's kind of either if we
Like, what's your idea?
go up and wait in place for a little bit for everything to
Yeah.
settle a bit, or we can move somewhere slightly
Got it.
farther
Yeah,
away.
otherwise, you get the thruster.
Yes.
Ground dust in there.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Yeah. And then I think that'd be the end of the dive. We'll do these 4. It's gonna take us an hour to get up.
Say 53 minutes.
Tilt that down a little bit. Sit up a little bit. There you go. Drop off. Yeah, we'll recover these 4. And then we'll get off the water, get off the ground, and then we'll hop 4 Niskin bottles, and then we'll lose it up. So that's the plan.
Great.
So 4 are in. Now we just gotta stow them. Alright, so now we gotta recover these 4. Copy. 12. So you're trying to grab the rubber piece without touching the blades? That's the game you're playing right now? Yeah. Okay. Camera's pretty incredibly sharp, isn't it?
Yeah, this is incredible. You just see all the little particulates coming in and out of focus. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
What are you guys looking for specifically in these reports?
You know, these ones, I have no idea. I think we saw perhaps evidence of gas in the sediments here, but SAGE is not picking anything up in terms of dissolved methane. So I think these are going to serve as kind of how to characterize this canyon for the first time, and we'll see what we get. I suppose I should speak into the mic when I say stuff, huh?
No, you're all right.
I want to cheer every time one gets put back in its place.
Yeah, you need like a little button that does like a little applause.
Oh, yeah. Levi, what was your journey to ROV pilot?
Electrical engineering. And then my high school science teacher was on the board of a nonprofit that does has a grant with NOAA, does ROV stuff.
Wow.
So I've been working with them since 2016.
Okay.
Now I came out for a cruise out here. So this is my first time flying Sebastian, actually.
Oh, cool.
Like 10 minutes ago was my first time flying, so.
Great.
Really?
Yeah. So lots to learn here. This group does an enormous amount of push cores.
Yes.
Which I'm not used to, but it should be fun.
Interesting. Is it more manipulation to do
Oh,
push
these-
cores or less?
Yeah, yes. This group out here is very talented at using the manipulators. This is pretty good work here. I'm impressed.
What were you doing with
This is
them
a high
before?
bar. This is a high bar. Like, you know, I'm looking at what these guys are doing, and I'm like, okay, I gotta do this. You know, this is not gonna be easy. Scott, Benji, just making it look easy.
Wow. You get a welcome message.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, it's like extra core.
Sean Kennison, remarkable piloting. Thank you, Sean. Nice. So we're gonna take off and start getting out of here. Do you wanna stow that suction hose back on the ramp before we leave? Do you want me to extend the starboard ramp?
Sure.
Okay, easy out. Let's see what's kinda caught on there.
Retract it, just retract the porch.
Okay.
We're done with the porch.
Alright, porch coming in easy.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yep. Alright, the porch is on the way in. I'm ready on the starboard ramp. Looks like it's out a little bit already. It's hard to see in it. Nice. Rest. You want me to extend the ramp?
Yes, please.
Alright, there we go. Alright, it's all the way up.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah.
A little bit.
I can try manually focusing it. Looks like the sediment's falling in a little bit.
I don't know. It's a little mud.
Which light did you want to turn on? Or did I miss it? There's a little mud in there.
It's really mud. What are we gonna have to do?
You plan,
Just
you
Niskin
guys
and
are
Rowdy
gonna
here.
stay down longer, okay? And they're gonna do the core
Leave it.
testing while the ROV is down. Okay. Which means it won't be a 6 PM recovery necessarily. Okay. So there is no rush. And you can go explore, you low heel and come back, but you can just, I assume you're still coring or?
We're
Yeah,
done
we
coring?
just finished.
We're just gonna stow the hose. Put the
Yeah,
hose in.
we're just gonna hold, we're gonna keep
Yeah,
going.
but
I'm just gonna hold on.
keep the dive down.
Okay.
For, the current plan is that the dive will continue through, I don't know, 6 or 7, and the core testing will happen long distance.
Okay.
Well, you're on the bottom.
All right.
Okay, so you want
It's the
us to
keep-
same
So just
people
explore.
who do that testing and who do the recovery of the vehicle on the deck. So it seemed more efficient this way, and maybe you'll find something cool here.
Okay, so we'll continue on the track northbound there.
Great.
Yeah.
You want me to retract that ram and take off? How far do you want me to retract?
I mean, take the Niskins and stuff that you were gonna do.
Yeah, we can do that.
Or, I don't know, you said take 4? I was gonna say take 2, just in case you find a seat.
That's true. I think
Although all the push birds are full now. or most of
Anna, I
them?
think, said she needed 2. And maybe Elohio wanted to trip the last 2 because we were going to come up anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe we trip 2
I'm gonna look at my
around
distance.
here.
I
and
just
then
I just touched the
hold off
missing
on the last
lever.
2.
So I want to see if I popped any misses. On accident.
So they're gonna stick that out a little bit longer. But it's still in the
Which line is that?
They could change their minds again, guys, but I was told to tell you guys not to come up. So-
Which one's that? Center.
Twist my arm. Stayed on longer.
Oh, it's me. It's Jar. It's the center.
Not sure.
BC power is. Anyway, so he can't do anything about it.
Okay.
Here's what it is.
Alright, let's get out the sediment cloud here.
Yep.
DT
Yeah.
away here. Okay.
What is the ski sample?
Pardon?
What is the number of the ski
I think we're going to trip 3 and 4 pretty soon. But those are for Anna. She wants eDNA and something else. Microplastics. I marked down a whole diagram of it, so we'll see. Maybe someone wants for something.
Somebody over here for us.
Yeah, that's one. Scraped it out. That's us. For sure. Yeah, we chased that, oh god.
Take 2 and I think we still have 4 more. So maybe we'll do a little bit of searching for a little while. Now that we can be down here longer, maybe if we find something, we can take the last 4 too. Does that sound okay?
Is there suction on?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just gonna try to clear the suction hose out along
Gotcha.
there. Yeah. Looks like we'll drop on the ground. Back full.
Just keep going.
Roger, run clean out.
Just put it on this side.
Cool out there. What do we got? Little shrimp,
Looks like
little
some
sea star,
urchins,
couple
little sea
urchins.
star. Unfortunately for the folks back home, I am a microbiologist, so if you can see it, I probably don't know what it is.
Well, tell us about the microbiome that you study.
Great. So I'm Amanda,
I just finished my PhD, and I focused on seep microorganisms. So a lot of the microbes that live at seeps have done a really good job learning how to make a living on methane. They can consume the methane that comes out of seeps. They take sulfate and other oxidized compounds in seawater, and they can turn the methane into slightly less potent greenhouse gases, like carbon dioxide mainly. So they're really beneficial to see at these environments. These sediments that we're sampling right now don't appear to be seeps, but we'll see.
I'm gonna zoom in on that creature, and then I'll go for the
Yeah.
picking it around.
Oh, another one.
These are cool, aren't they?
They're so cool. I don't think I've ever seen one like that before today.
It looks like it has, you know, like the fake hair that you can buy that's like, you know, sparkly and like wear for holidays and.
Great, we can resume the move to the next week.
On to the move.
I covered that last one.
Moving northbound.
Take over?
Which corner?
We've got 4, but the 9th one there was extra that came out of it.
Niskin bottle?
No Niskin bottles yet because there was sediment. So I don't know if Anna wants those collected near Niskin or near cores, or if she doesn't care, but the Niskins have not been fired.
Which ones are popped and which ones are available? You say 1 and 2 are available?
Just 2 here.
What's that?
Just 2 Niskin bottles.
2 Niskin bottles?
Just 2. And at the end of the 2 left one.
Okay.
Please.
Alright, do you want to do 2 Niskin bottles? I think it's right here on the retract, right? And then we know the trip and goes back to the center. Alright, here we go. Use altitude complete, pretty clean water.
So that's so safe.
¿Cuándo has tirado ahora?
Vamos a ir a la cuarta,
I'm
¿no?
trying to figure out what light
¿La
that is.
cuarta?
Ahora vamos a detectar.
I think 4 is blowing.
Cuando
Okay.
mientras me fui, no tenía ninguna.
Es que nos tuvimos que mirar la luna y después no sé cómo.
Actually, kill this light. We're figuring that out. We're working on it. He's not allowed. I was trying to retract the ramp, and I retracted it. So now I'm trying to determine what the lowers. Lights on.
Difícil pregunta para mí. No sé. No lo sé. Parece que vamos para acá.
So I probably three is done. You had 2 left.
5 and 6?
5 and 6 left.
Okay.
Definitely 6.
When we're 3 and 4.
Before go
I
up?
tripped him right when we were doing the push course.
Oh.
That's why I tripped him. 2 of them.
Do you know if it was when we were removing them?
Yep. It was when I was doing the ramp, right after.
So how many
We're
push
still in the same
courses
position. Push course still 4 push courses left. You got I tripped 3 and 4.
Yep.
When we were doing
Okay.
I'll get you out of there.
Okay. So we have
I think you have 2 left.
we have a little bit more
An hour of the model.
So I'd like to finish with the push course.
More push course? I'll finish with the push course. You don't want to push course.
No. Right now we have 12.
12. Yeah.
12 push course ready.
Yeah.
Collected. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, let's follow.
Okay. Yeah, keep moving. So I think we have 2 left. Did you agree?
Yes.
I probably popped 3 and 4 when we were doing push course. Okay, so Niskin's 3 and 4.
Ready?
I already did those.
Okay.
When we were doing push
So
course.
at the end of the day,
I can do.
the 2 last ones.
Okay.
On top.
Then that would do the last 2.
Was that the last 2 going?
Yeah, we'll do the last 2 at the end of the dive.
At the end of the dive, great.
Yeah, I popped 3, 4 when we were doing the push core removal, basically.
Bridge updated position.
Your position.
Si ves algo, dime.
Sí, el profe me estaba diciendo de un caracol,
Sí lo vi.
pero yo no lo vi.
Sí, pues yo lo pedí y no sé qué pasó. ¿Pensaste que lo...?
Creo que fue como de...
Anything?
Habían tirado la Niskin 5 y 6, ¿verdad?
¿Y la 3?
Que acá están anotadas la 1, 2, pero se veía como que la 5 y 6.
Missing bottle 3 and 4.
Es posible.
Ok. Sí.
Habían, ¿cuál
Falta la 3 la 5 y la 6. Falta la 3 y la 4. There is on the basket. There are two
bags. Yeah.
Yes.
Dustpan bags. Yeah. You want to scoop it? You want to scoop?
Yep.
Alright.
What are we going to scoop?
The dust bags.
The bag is just surface sediment. We need to collect surface sediment.
Surface sediment.
2 bags.
2 bags.
Okay, before you land, extend that thing really out.
Copy porch coming out.
No.
No?
Where's the, I think the bags are in the...
Oh, they're in the
right.
right?
Yeah, if you fly with this one. I'm gonna look down for one. Or you could even see it. Go ahead and extend under.
Alright, port ram you said?
Yeah.
I'm trying to land the dust and everything. But it's so, the sediment's so light. Look at that. Like a huge cloud top. I'm gonna try to get just a clean area here.
Roger.
At the same time, perhaps at the same time, when we collect the sediment, we can collect the white sea star.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get close up to that sea star too.
Can you test the sediment scoops also? Try taking some.
I think we were just about to.
Yeah, we're doing sediment scoops right now.
Oh, you have it
Yeah.
now?
We have 12.
No, a scoops.
Yeah, now. 2 scoops.
Good, okay. They can go. Well,
The problem is we don't have many time because each push core, each scope, it's not fast.
you mean to process
Yeah.
up on the ship?
Yeah, I know.
You
No,
know,
no,
you can.
I'm talking about collecting the samples. So have some time
Now I think you have until 6:30
until 6:30.
on the bottom.
Okay. We have 1 hour, 20 minutes.
Our tournament's about
Go
time.
explore, find a seep.
I have
Okay.
30% down, 20% after trying to clear this.
Yeah.
We'll go clear out, clear that stuff.
The problem is, for example, now we have to wait a couple of minutes. Now, for example.
Is the scoop in the bottom, or where is it?
Scoop-
The scoop's
surface sediment?
Scoop's still in the bucket. We're gonna let the sediment clear and then we'll pull the scoop out of the milk crate. And then we can try to scoop
No,
it.
you don't wanna just drive out of this. I guess you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, we'll take a seat.
Where are we trying to put the scooped sediment? What kind of container does that go in? That, or just any of these?
Don't put it with the.
I'll try to determine the current location of what
That would be a shame.
Yeah.
It's so light. That's
You know, are they still live streaming? You could talk in Spanish about.
No.
Did you already?
I already speak in Spanish.
Oh, good.
But do you want to speak again in Spanish?
30% down.
How much for?
Why not?
There were a lot of people commenting in Spanish on the live stream.
Images.
People liked your Spanish.
You're just on the
Yeah.
there's
Like a little bit of dust.
Yes.
Slowly cutting it down and block it. Do you want to?
What's it called the college?
I already did.
So you're getting the spines are very dark.
And also, we have noticed that when we used to like more in Spanish, there'll be more comments in Spanish.
Yeah,
Like,
come in the light.
it's more engagement.
That's cool. The screen. It's a little bit more shiny. They are fireworks. Probably the police involved.
Fly with that. Is this one then that southern?
Yeah.
Chile.
Sea mouse.
Chile, otherwise it's going to increase the flight. They were saying that they almost
That's
the
not the
capture
klepto one.
They steal poison from other.
Yeah, but.
Sorry, Limari, let me know.
No, you're good. No, I'm good. I'm fine. You guys do your thing. I'm just trying to get some where it's not dusted out. You know what I mean? If I turn the RV head and you get the current, I just gotta figure out what it is. It seems like every time I land, I'm just dusting it in that corner.
So the brittle poly.
We have to move it to.
Not very much. Skim the bottom one.
You can put in any.
I think that's
Yeah,
what
bottom
Mark
box.
Lee
Okay.
was saying. There was it?
But let me know.
Usually, these animals.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we'll write it down.
Isn't that what you're saying?
What's up?
Skim it while we're
Yeah,
moving.
surface.
it-
So grab the surface sediment.
with the sea,
Yeah,
white
you
sea
can hit
star.
an associate C-star and it would be good, and then we'll put it in a file box.
Do you want to grab the C-star with the scoop?
Yep.
And most
At the same time,
Same
yes.
so I'm gonna try turning more to starboard here. So that way, see if the current helps me a little bit. It's not get so dusty.
You guys copy? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna just try to ever so slowly get you in there.
We could just pick the C-star.
Yeah, it's probably gonna fit in the bag, to be honest.
We could try.
Is this your camera?
Yeah, this is our.
So it's from your eyes.
And you're going to drive it forward?
It's maybe too big.
It's-
Well,
Yeah,
let's try it. If
it's
not,
called
don't worry.
SNs.
If you can collect the sea star, don't worry. Probably it's too big for the bag.
The storage location.
So
So,
Is it worth collecting the sediment near the sea star and then trying to pick up the sea star another way?
What's the number? Eulogio.
yeah.
Eulogio, is that
You
number
want to
one
collect
or
sediment?
two?
No.
Yeah, get sediment. Yeah.
Okay. You're getting just the
We
top,
have to
right?
get
Yeah,
number
just the
on
top
so
sediment.
that people can see.
the idea is following a line and then go up.
Maybe
Yep.
you can write
Yeah,
on
fill
it.
the sediment, straight line, and then we're gonna put it in a bio box in the drawer. Yeah. Once you get it, I can take off so you can actually see something. You know what I'm saying? So you feel like you got it full.
Okay, wait.
Alright, I'm gonna take off. Here we go. Coming up. empty space here. Are you ready for me to pork chop?
Is that enough? Suficiente? Hola? No, suficiente?
Do these bags have special codes that just were pile boxes?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a simple.
He said it was.
Alright, we're
they're
pork chop.
unscooped
We did it for them.
on the
Yeah.
box, or sediment scoops you can put there, but this is bag line.
Alright. And then I think all the
Said
battle
it's
boxes
one,
are
I
open.
don't see them.
Other than one B. This
Maybe
open
1A,
This
maybe?
open up 4 because it has a
But you should
swimmer in it.
record what.
Which, so let's do
For A or
number 1 maybe. Yeah. All right. How do I open up one?
Say again?
How do I open up the number 1 box?
So how many cores were taken? I'm starting this application.
Six at one site, 6 at another, although these two were removed.
Yeah, B1.
So this area was disturbed.
So 7.
Is there anything in there? These? No.
Yeah, and 9.
Let's find the spot.
Too much. 7 came out, it's all kind of cemented together, and the bottom of 9 kind of got shut. I wouldn't trust 9,
So
basically.
are these disturbed
Those
also?
are fine, but they were removed before, like 7 was put in.
Which is allowed, I believe.
Well, so they're
Try to
fine.
clean
Yeah.
It's these that are.
These were taken in a different area, like slightly farther away, so this should be where they should be.
Here we go. All right.
But, yeah, I asked to seize all these places.
Okay, well, maybe I'll let you annotate, I'm just forming a sample fate form, 1 through 12, and then we'll have to write who gets right of course, and you might wanna write disturbed.
Hold on. We'll check the camera now.
Okay. Roger.
1A is okay.
And then you guys
All right.
put
Now you're ready for open?
cores back. Try to draw a circle around the ones that were taken together. So like that, and apparently 7 and 8 were together. That helps people know which are real. I don't know if you drew a map also. Can I show them your map?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I see, like this, or not that one, this one, hand drawn. Yeah. You should be drawing like this to show the orientation.
I think the other one would be better for this.
Which box?
The next one down.
Okay.
The next one's the
Number,
rest.
is it number 3 there? You want to open 3?
Yeah, sure. No, the one is. This one. Go ahead and close that one. Oh, never mind. Okay, there you go.
So how many are first? Do you know which two? You do know which numbers? So you want them from the same place? You don't want them from 2 different places? So you want 3 cores? One, yeah, just 1 core. Well, we'll have to assign
Just again.
cores as soon as.
Sediment scoop in DB2A.
zoom in on the set.
Yep.
Remember Paula's gonna sample around here. If our people know which core numbers they're going to start
We can rotate it all the way down. I think go down for a minute. I might go. Or I think we're already.
It's good to look at them so you can see. How many cores does your lab want?
I think we wanted, 3.
From the same batch or from
The same
different
batch, each like together.
It's not easy, huh?
But I don't think at this point,
It's tricky.
yeah, let me verify with Aaron before I say anything.
I don't know if Eulogia needs his from, how she wants, it gives
It's in the
1
arm.
over 3
It's in your arm.
and 10.
I can't close it now.
Sorry.
There you go.
The sediments will get a lot of liquids now.
Let me, just here.
Close the door a bit.
Close the drawer.
No, close the lid.
Lid. So you close easy.
Hold it, hold it.
Yeah, that gas tip thing's kind of your way, isn't it? I wonder if the starboard minute might be able to get in there. Or you don't have to.
Perhaps if there is no space in it by a box, you could put it in the same basket.
Maybe.
In the original one.
Maybe. I think he'll get it in there. You use the other manipulator here and bring it over. Sure, you could stow that.
Is it burned out?
No, but certainly can. Starboard ram extend here. Okay. Let me open this little liquid lid again or leave it where it's at?
Go ahead and open it.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. Let's see. Hey, this work's already going, right?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, good. That's good. I'm outside the circle.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, close it.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
Are we
good.
Pretty flat.
altitude in auto heading in? Good, Ben. Just let me get some of this stuff sorted here. Torch is coming in.
I'm gonna be off on at 6:30,
Okay.
and we'll pop the last two.
I'll be gone before that. See what I mean by the porch?
Okay.
How slow it is when it's full. Try and stow that hose if you want to re-grab it. Just try not to grab it the way you had it, because that blade is destroyed and it's brand new.
I shouldn't have. I don't think I grabbed the blade. I grabbed the jaws.
Okay. You want to try and grab it again?
I'm hungry. Well, it's just
Okay. Well, it's hooked around your arm. It's on the inside of the arm.
Yeah.
Just watch, there's something, whoever won, okay? Put it on the starboard ramp, just to get out of the way. Yeah, scoot it out of the way. Just kind of keep it out of the way while we're flying, so it's not flying into the picture, please. Rocket. Okay, that's good. Might need to adjust the port map. Stuck on something? I need to see why this isn't coming in anymore. Something's going on with the port ramp. It's not moving anymore, see what I mean? Is that just the length of it now? No. It doesn't stick out that far. Something's jamming actually. Yeah, just throw the arm. I don't know why that's not going in anymore. Where you want to go?
The remaining Niskin bottle, please.
That's all you want is the remaining Niskin bottle?
There
Right
are
here?
2 remaining
Okay.
Niskin bottles, if we calculate what.
Okay, sure.
I'm gonna situate the lowers.
Yeah.
And I'll increase, that's good. No, increasing this one.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. There you go, increase it, keep going.
Okay, there's,
Yep, perfect. Better. Ready?
yeah.
Why is this not increasing? Here we go. Sorry. It's okay. Just trying to get it to open up. Okay. Niskin, yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
6.
That should be all the way retracted. I don't know why the 5
6
blank didn't go.
just went?
6 definitely went.
6. Simple. But I think.
Can't tell. It has to, because if 6 went, 5 went, but I can't tell for sure. I can see that 6 went. I can see it right there, right where the laser is in between. That's 6. So, I'll have to check them when we come on deck.
There used to be flags on.
There is, yeah, well, they took the zip ties off.
We should add flags, we think.
Yeah, something. Okay, what would you like next?
So 6 is
6
ready?
definitely went, yes.
5? What?
5 is closed, but I can't tell that it's closed.
There are more Niskin bottles
That's
available?
it, that's all of them.
Ah,
Yeah,
so-
that's
okay.
all of them, yes.
Maybe, can you let me know how many fish core there are remaining? There are 4.
I'm guessing there are 4, is there 4 left?
Yes.
Yeah, there's 4 left.
Okay. Yeah, just here, just 2. 2 push core. 2 push core.
Alright, that will land now. Watch. Wow, torch. It's as far out as I can go with the porch buddy, so hopefully you can reach them. With that. It's gonna be difficult, but.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, you're gonna have to elbow up, pitch in, rotate. Yep, you're doing all good, just keep elbowing up and pitching in. Come to the left, whoa, come to the left, elbow up. Elbow up. Yep, okay. Keep going. Keep elbowing up, you're doing all the good, that's perfect, just like that. A little bit more, there you go. This sill is killing us. Trying to get rid of it, man. I can retract that porch
Sure.
Okay.
Just need to see
PC 16 going into 7.
That's good. That's good.
Let's sit down.
Are you doing them one at a time, right? You can. Just asking if you are or not.
I'm gonna just go. I've got it.
Yep.
This is like surgery, if the surgery was taking place underwater through a video camera. So impressive. PC 15.
I'm gonna put this one back.
Are you?
There you go.
Careful. I don't care where it goes, but it's not wherever you want. Grab it, pitch it, get on down. Again, grab it. There you go, it's all down. Go, there you go, looking good. Nice. Just let go and tap it. Just finish tapping it the rest of the way down.
Nice.
A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit. There you go, that's it. Easy. Move that forward if you need to keep it. Right over it now.
Can you zoom out a bit? Easy.
Yeah.
Es que ya no nos queda mucho más.
Pero mejor que se guarde porque después cuando uno llega tarde casi no queda.
Pues eso le dije.
Just at the bottom of the push board.
Pero la mano,
Keep that on.
no sé cómo se dice.
Anything away?
Can't tell. It'll fall out.
Do you want to go into the mess for keeping your food maybe? Because it's dinner time.
Yeah.
You want to go to the mess?
Yeah, do you need to
No,
eat?
for you.
Do you need to eat? You're okay.
Yeah, please do it for me.
Okay, I'll just text Aaron to put food in.
Okay. Grab the other two. Oh, that's right, you did only want two, didn't you? Two, yeah?
Just
Those?
two. Just two.
There you go. Just straighten it up.
You know to put all the cores out before you collect them, right? Otherwise you disturb them.
Yeah, because here at the beginning is what it was here, and then it changed. Yeah, for example, the pilot with the push core at the beginning, 15 was here. And then
It doesn't matter, it can go anywhere.
Yep.
I'm saying when you take cores, let's say you're gonna take 5 cores, you put them all out together and take a picture before you pull
In a line.
anyone. Doesn't matter in any position.
Picture, okay.
The bigger thing is every time you pull out a core, you disturb the whole rest of the area.
We
And
need to show you on
so you have to put them all out and then take them back one at a time,
Okay.
rather than one out, one in. So like, explain to them, okay? So if you take 2 more, put them both out together,
Picture.
take the picture, and then it's not just for the picture, it's because when you remove a core, stuff goes everywhere.
Yeah.
And then it'll go on top of the next place you're gonna core. So we always put them out there.
To avoid the vibration, the disturbance.
To avoid, yes.
Okay.
Right. Picture from earlier today.
Lowers how many times?
What's that? Lower limits. Okay, sure.
15 minutes, okay. We have just.
Maybe till 6:30.
Okay.
45.
45. Okay, let's follow.
Like this. See, there are 6 cores in the bottom. Right? So they were all put out. One. And then they get collected one at a time. And when you collect them here, they can't disturb the other one. So, right? Because they're covered. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
You've been on this ship before?
So like the first 6 were all put out together.
4 cruises on this ship?
And then, it doesn't matter what quiver they go in. You can go anywhere, you just write the numbers. They've been putting them in order, but they're.
Are you getting paid to be here?
Yeah, you know this too, right? That you put all the course
Oh yeah,
out.
yeah. It was a shift change problem and we fixed it after the first 2 were collected. But yeah, 7 and 8 were taken and removed before we could say anything about it. So
He was just doing it again.
we put
Taking
those.
one and pulling it out.
We just wanted 2, I think, in this spot.
Correct.
Were they both put in before they
Yes.
came out?
Yes, both were put in. Yeah, I think you only wanted 2. That was my understanding.
Greg was playing and I said I'd come in and talk.
Yeah.
It's fine, as long as you guys know.
Yeah, I definitely am aware, and I think now the pilot does. Thank you.
Is the ice cream big? Is it going fast? Is it?
You want to follow the line?
Yeah, follow the line. Yeah.
Our shift will go eat dinner quickly and then come down and relieve you guys so you can. What's going on?
That would be great. Thank you.
Also,
So we'll send at least one logger
yeah, I had that, but then
from me and Greg.
doing other
Oh.
stuff. What's
We shouldn't be doing anything with that, that's all with the station key.
What's these? Who's on your, parts?
No, there's no turn on the parts.
I just
Zeroed out.
dialed it down.
There's no turns on, that's all heading. It's heavy. Yeah.
Scott,
Yes.
are you ready? It's time to the seated.
Seated? What?
It's a joke.
Okay. All right, well, should I move on? Now there's a dust cloud.
Well, that's all right. We can put them again, just one shot for the edges and see how that relates to a little bit more. You like the nice side?
You can't see like 5 or 30 of it pop in like the grams gone, I don't know what it says. But you gotta watch the line. Your track is starting to ramp fire tickets.
Do it not so.
Don't worry. No?
Maybe they could, yeah, that they specifically look at to show.
Is that a shrimp?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Scurrying away.
It's good.
Can collect this one?
I'll collect. Okay. They might want to collect that show.
Can we collect this one?
Yeah. Get closer. Where do you want the shell to go? Where would you like it to go?
To the bio, maybe this one.
Oh, so suction. Suction? Yeah. Okay. Do that and see what the suction. What is it even on the bottom? It's dangling in front.
Yeah. How typical is it that the sediment is so light and fluffy?
All depends on the area that you're at. Some places
Yeah.
are a lot more dense and clumpy,
Sure.
and some places are just as soon as you get close to it, it just
Yeah.
picks it up.
Could the canyon have something to do with it? Maybe just so much is getting funneled in here, it doesn't have time to. This is all a guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe swap some lights over so we can get that. 'Cause that's just playing out to go like lures or something. Try and turn off your minutes. Put on like.
Wow.
It's those that are blowing everything out. I mean, this is all I got on.
I'll bet if we just had like. What's that? That's better.
Alright, so the molars can go out there.
Before collecting, can you make a zoom, please?
Yeah, you maybe want to start suctioning now. I know it's got that nose is like chopped through that. So. Do you know if the camera was done? Manual, auto, as well? Oh, that one?
Un erizo. Well, yep. That.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a screen grab of that.
There you go.
Yep. Okay, so.
Nice.
Creo que arriba hay un caracol.
Parece, sí.
Sí.
Okay, collect it. You ready?
Yeah, this one, please. Wow.
Just leave those clouds, just make it the worst time. It is.
Huh? To 4 Bibles.
Oh, wait. So,
Number 4?
right now we're on 2.
2.
You want 2 or you want to? You want it on something else?
Yeah. We can make a zoom.
Let's zoom right in on the set, because I don't think I've got it yet. I don't know what to move in because of this. I've got no picture. I don't know what damage on it. Okay. Zoom in a little bit on your set and see. I've got 17 forward. Yeah.
I saw a small.
Next step. Yeah.
Do you see it?
I saw it, yeah, I saw what you were seeing. Try and get that as well, if you want. I was like so close to getting that there, but I didn't know what to just do the last bit blind, you know what I mean?
Potentially expensive risk, I guess.
No, I'm just waiting. There's no thrust at all. We are good. That'd be alright. How much push goes to go? 16, I believe. We just did about 14.
Seguimos. Okay.
Move on. Yeah. We'll be waiting here for a while, I think.
We're gonna stay all the day waiting for a sunny day.
I'll just keep a hold of this.
It's following the same direction.
Yeah.
Please.
Which makes it harder not to stir up the seabed.
That poor rim is kind of weird. I wonder if the scoop net got jammed in there.
Go to dinner? Anything else? No. We're looking for illnesses. No more
All been fired. There's technically 2 push cores left, I think, 13 and 14, but I don't think we have specific goals for
I
them.
don't know if we tried it out in the hole.
Okay. we got one of these?
I don't know.
Not on my watch, but.
But also look at it.
Yes, please. Let's get a nice image of it.
Would you want to sit down in the seabed and risk picking up this, or you just want a passing zoom?
Let's do a passing zoom, and
Higher we can stay up, the less likelihood there.
yeah, it's been a bit.
Because we're heavy as well, we need to thrust up, so.
Okay. Just get one nice frame grab and we can move on. Hi everyone, Greg Rouse back here again. I've relieved Aloha so he can go and have dinner, and we'll wrap up the dive in the next 20 minutes or so. And what we can see there in the middle of the frame is a kind of octocoral called umbellula. Umbellula.
She took her time. It's good. I say it's time to see.
Yeah, it's a kind of sea pen.
You don't have that one?
I think somebody wants a sea pen.
Could we grab that on the fly, or would you want to settle?
I would have to settle down,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is the cloud kind of following us, or there's just no current at all?
It'll tend to follow us, plus every time we sit down with drag, we get stuff stuck to us. So when we move and then you stop with the drag, it's going to always come in our view, unfortunately.
Look at the quality.
And we're heavy. So we're always thrusting up, so every time we get close.
I see. Well, it's going to be a problem trying to collect anything to settle. So maybe we could settle and just let it clear to grab that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we're over the top of that.
So you want me to settle on?
No, let's keep going. If we find another one, now I know, we'll just settle and be patient.
If you see something like
Give
might
you
give us
warning.
an early warning, so
Yeah.
we can kind of come down slow, and that'll hopefully negate some of the dust cloud.
Okay. Try and guess in the murk what's coming up.
I mean, if you want us to zoom a little bit into the distance, fly with it, zoom.
Yeah,
Does
okay.
that help?
That helps. Thanks.
Try to get a picture of this on the fly.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay.
And if you could get a look at that too.
So all the focus switched or not switched? I just put it on, but I didn't know if it was
I'm not.
completely around or not.
I'm not sure. I was able to have control over it when I turned it off over here.
Yeah, it's off just now because I'll just do it manually. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
And that one responds a lot better than this one.
Is that a polychaete? Is that a polychaete?
I don't know. Or an anemone.
That's it.
Let's start close enough that we can see it once the clouds are on.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. But we'll.
Yeah, and I wouldn't thrust up and let's just.
Yeah,
let it
I
warm
get
up.
it. So if we see something, we'll just settle and wait to pick it up. We're stopping at 6:30. Is that the plan?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, on deck for 8 p.m.
Kind of pretty far away from the ship as well. I'd like to get my toe.
Just took one of theirs, so now they're sharing.
Just feel a little bouncy.
So we're finishing up our dive at the Limari Canyon. We failed to find any seeps here, and we will wrap this dive up in about 20 minutes. And we need to head south. So we're going to go on a transit south to Valparaiso, where we started this cruise from.
Yeah, we've got an updated waypoint, mate.
And go to a known seep area. So we won't be diving tomorrow while we transit, but look for us on the following day. Probably nice and early. Should be a full day of diving, mapping and diving.
Oh, there he goes.
I'm not great with fish. I'm sorry, I'm more of an invertebrate person. Anyone know that fish?
Is family Moride, maybe?
Moraday?
Moride?
Thank you. Maritza told me it's Moraday.
What is common name? I don't know.
No Spanish common name.
No.
Do you have an English common name? Do you know what it is, Lisa?
Or it's not a Cuskio. It's
I'm waiting to see if we can see two things we could guess when we settle down.
Okay.
But we will get one of these purple guys.
We just grab them and put them in a bio box?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to find one not too big. They can get like that big.
Okay.
These ones are okay, but
So
we'll see if we can find one of those next to something else.
So we do get one that he wants. We're going to do a quick, gentle, but then quick everything else.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm going to drop this thing. Because the waypoint is
Right.
it's not moving back towards the
We've got a hagfish swimming towards us now.
Greg, when you were asked earlier the difference between a hagfish and a grenadier, you missed one really big difference.
You want to try this one, Greg?
Apart from the jaw? Yeah, if we can.
Okay.
And try and sweep up fast, and then before we lose the bit, watch it push that other one around.
What did I miss, Lisa?
Slime.
Oh, the slime, yeah.
Show it a little bit.
I'll get back to the hagfish. We're going to gather this sea urchin deep sea group, they're actually quite soft. They're not hard like sea urchins like you might be familiar with, so it's going to be kind of squishy. It won't break when you grab it. It's pretty squishy. And it's got special spines underneath that are little spoons to help it move along.
Okay. A little more? Yeah, a lot more. Like, I'll take my arm into here so we'll give them a look like that. Okay. If you just get close with that.
And this particular group is venomous, so we'll be careful handling it later tonight. Ecosoma. Is
Now let's Rick right now on the bridge.
well done.
Okay, here comes port chow.
You can see the white scoop-like spines underneath.
I'll give them a quick zoom. Don't want to jump out either,
And they can get much bigger than this, so it's good.
So which bio box are we putting this in?
Anyone you want, but it could be Firebox 4, suit you? In the section
4A?
4A would
The
be
left
good.
side.
Okay. Okay, here's one opening. 4.
Don't let the picnic crawl out.
That's right, there is a sea spider on the B side.
There's some more lights on the porch. Not to do much. It's maybe. See that over the bit. Yeah, right.
Oh, that was very well done. These they make it look easy, but it's just amazingly difficult. Well, we've got a few minutes left. We might be able to manage one more thing. We have seen some sea pens today, but we haven't managed to collect any, so that might be our last goal.
One heavy porch.
So back to the hagfish, Lisa asked the question. I said earlier that they lack a lower jaw. They have a mouth and a set of ring of teeth. A bit like a lamprey if you're familiar with those. And they scavenge mostly in the deep sea on dead things. But they are able to produce astonishing amounts of mucus. If you put them in a bucket, they secrete this mucus that hydrates and can create this incredibly sticky slime. That probably serves as a predator deterrent.
I didn't fly, but it seemed yeah, it was a blink. Yeah.
So here we've got quite a vista of the Tromicosoma urchins, the Bordalazes, little yellow urchins, the late Monacy. Can we have a look at this swimming thing? There's a polychaete there swimming towards us. Want to try and slope that?
I have to grab those for again.
Oh, it'll be a hassle. Okay, don't worry. Yeah, let's head back down and we'll finish up on the seafloor. We'll keep an eye out for those guys in ascents and descents and future dives.
Yeah, for this time. It's Scotland. And Lars. Just because it's a bit of experience, obviously, and there's certain things that are not standard just now. Keep it here, yeah, it's overdoing it. Yeah. And then I think we should be on deck for like 8.
The chat is asking whether that's a swimmer that we saw.
It was from the behind, and it could have been a swimmer indeed. That's the Nympneastes on the seafloor rather than swimming. Just on the left of the frame there is a Nympneastes taking off. So you can see it was sitting on the seafloor before feeding, and now it's decided because of us to take a swim. And so the tentacles that it feeds with are on the upper left, upper right, you can see there.
There's a sea pen there if you want to get it.
Scott, there's a sea pen down there. Maybe that can be your last thing.
Yeah.
No visibility sea pen. Here we go. Organic.
I think the cloud's going to get us.
First dive trip for me.
Right, first sea pen. Here we go.
You need training.
This will be, no, we won't do it. I think we'll call it.
Forward turn on and we'll just see. Maybe we could get this and then come up if you want. Or
wait for it?
We're going to be. We'll see how long it takes.
Yeah, let's have a wait for
Yeah,
it.
but try to put a little bit forward thrust on and see if we can clear some of it. And then I'll start getting to the front corner. Oh, right. Realizing that we're just all Jews. Yeah.
We might be getting a view here.
We're just going to wait a minute or two for this to clear and hopefully grab the last sample of the day, which will be a little sea pen. And then we have to be on deck by about 8 p.m. Chile time. So we're at 1,600 meters. It takes about an hour and a half to descend. And then we're in for a pretty late night as we process lots of fish cores and some interesting large animals and water. But we're not diving tomorrow, so it's not as bad for us as it could be if we had to get up very early and be working again on a dive. We Might get lucky and get this one. Yeah, it looks like it's clearing.
And then we'll throw in the firebox. Zoom in a little bit with this.
You could put it in a quiver if it's, or whatever's easier actually.
Yeah, because the quiver is a little bit
Yeah,
more
firebox.
complicated.
If we could wait a minute and maybe get a clear shot, would be good.
Yeah, sure.
I know that we're heading to the witching hour.
No pressure.
Zero pressure. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that.
Oh, he's different. Oh, it's alright, Mike.
All right, let's take it.
It's a go?
Yes, please.
But you want it in a clear, empty box.
Yeah. So I think any. So 1 or 3 are empty.
Yep. Okay.
You can see there are brittle stars in the background. We've got.
Yes.
Got it. See, there's quite a long stalk going down into the mud.
They don't run very fast.
Sea pens have a whole lot of polyps running along the body, and each one has 8 tentacles.
Where do you want to go, Mike? 1?
So these are in the octocoral group.
It would be 2B. 1 is totally open.
Why don't you just put it in one that doesn't have anything?
Yeah, 1 or 3.
1. We'll put it at 1.
Yeah.
Want another look at it before we put it in? Or
Oh, we could get a nice close-up of the polyps. Yeah, that would be. That has been requested of us. Yeah.
They've retracted.
Yeah. Now we might see some of the skeleton. Yeah, so all along that margin there, those little bumps facing towards us would have all had, each has a polyp that's now contracted. Okay, good to go.
put on your meds or something. Can't see.
So we have outer arm, mids, lowers, here's your spike. Spectral camera.
And there it goes. So that is the last collection for today. Dive 725 of Sebastian. And we'll be ascending now once the pilots are ready. And we hope to see you again online after a day's break while we transit to the next site.
Oh, now we're super heavy. That seat pen
Huh.
is stuck. Yeah.
He's an expert.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to yank it with the science spot. I'll try and slow this.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Just so you come up.
Okay.
Mike, go on the seabed just to grab it though.
Yeah, I might have landed on it too.
Yeah, we'll fly ahead a little bit. Get this thing slowed.
Get all the cameras back out.
On the deck.
Pretty much every single dive last trip, the hose was dangling from the recovery.
Oh, yeah.
No methane.
Nothing at all. Beautiful flat line.
Are we gonna do observations going up?
Yeah.
Keep an eye on I'm filling up that extended. It's what, 3 sets of eyes here. Make sure we clear so far.
Clear.
Huh?
We could.
Yeah.
But the luck
Once they're done with doing
got it.
Yeah, they can come back. I want to make Xerox of some of this stuff. Paula can do that. I don't know where she went. You could grab the
Hey, on the bridge, that's us off bottom.
All bottom, thank you.
Want me to retract into it?
No, yeah, okay.
Are you fine? Are you fine?
So what great. The signs.
Do you want me to sign off the street? Or would you like to say that?
I know you never formally said hello. I was just filling in for Amanda. So
Okay.
we can
It's not a problem.
stop.
Yeah. Are we good to sign off? Okay. Thank you.
I'm wondering if the scoop that jammed in there.
Top.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for this very first dive of ROV Sebastian for our. So, we're going to be on the hunt for various midwater critters, and I hope you enjoy. Thank you all for bearing with us today through our technical difficulties. Honestly, what a roller coaster of a day. But we will be back very soon for our next dive. We've got some meetings planned that will discuss more concretely what we're going to do next. But if you keep an eye out on our YouTube channel, our Facebook, or our Twitch, and you have the notifications on, you'll be the first to know when we're broadcasting. And so with that said, I hope you enjoy the ascent, and stay tuned for more dives for this expedition. Have a nice night.